Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Roger Spogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwaki Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Roger Spogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwaki Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Roger Spogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwaki Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifor Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifor Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifor Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifor Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifor Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifor Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifor Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifor Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifor Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African Time daily. Host: Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon is just after 4 West African time. I'm sure it's 5 Southern African time, and I'm not sure what time it is Eastern African time, but wherever you are, good morning, good afternoon, good day. You are welcome to the second day of the Relationship Summit 2024. Oh my goodness. I hope you're ready. I hope you are ready. That's all I can tell you. I hope you came prepared, okay? Because this is a ride, a body of knowledge you do not want to miss. This is day 2 and the last day of the summit. And it's really an honor and a privilege. And again, I want to salute our host, none other than Mrs. Delphine Fogwe. And I guess our guest speakers who have honored us from yesterday, thank you so much for pouring yourself out for the rest of us, that we may be built up, that our marriages may be built up, and that indeed no marriage would remain the same. So thank you very much. So without wasting any further time, yesterday we had a thriller of a time. Yesterday's guest speakers, if you did not watch, just as well, you have it on Facebook and on YouTube Live. Please go, listen, watch, comment. And if you're here this afternoon or this morning, please do well to share it with your friends, share it with your colleagues, share it with anyone planning to be married or currently married. Any marriage enthusiast, as I call it, please do well to share it. So we're not going to waste any more time. I'm sure our host is ready and to give us a word or two about today's agenda, about today's plan. So without further ado, I want to hand it back to our host, our relationship expert and coach, to give us a word or two about today. So over to you, Mrs. Delphine Fogwe, if you're ready. I think they'll probably play a jingle introducing who this brilliant woman is. All right, so sit back. Please do share your comments. Let us know where you're watching from, which part of the world you're watching. This is a global conference, and I'm sure it's being aired everywhere. So please do let us know which part of the world you are watching us from. Would love to hear from you. Please, all, and as you say, please excuse any internet glitches we might find, okay? We are a virtual community, and often there will be issues with connectivity and internet. But please, as I said yesterday, we keep it going, all right? Whatever the issue may be, we keep it going. You and I have the responsibility to keep hope alive. So that we will do throughout the next 4 hours. So without much ado, I don't know if my sister friend is ready. Big sister is ready. Then we're going to get a welcome note from our very own host, Mrs. Delphine Fogwe. I can't see her, which means we might have a slight delay or two, but nonetheless, as I said, we keep it going. So if you weren't here, if you did not watch, if you did not attend the summit yesterday, boy, did you miss out. But as I said, we live in a virtual world. So even though you missed out on the anointing of the day, on the energy of the day, you have the messages on Facebook and on YouTube. So you can, and you can get yourself acquainted. You can enjoy the knowledge. You can be built up by all that was shared yesterday. So let me let you in on a few things. So our first speaker, I'm gonna just help you out, okay? Invested in your marriage, okay? So our first speaker was none other than Dr. Nkechi Gonadi. Okay, I hope I got her name right. If you don't know her, you need to Google her. Okay, I hear that you can also TikTok her these days. So TikTok her, whatever you do on social media, find out who this woman is, because okay, you would learn out beyond just her ability to build you up. She might teach you a thing or two on fashion. So yeah, so okay, we are back. The internet will tether and do all of us, but here we are. So we started with and Dr. Kechi Gonadi. Okay, I'm back on. It looks like we had a glitch there. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, please let me know you can hear me and you can see me. We're having some connectivity issues, but nothing. All right. So we'll carry get confirmation that we are back live.
Hey,
There we
Zoaki.
go.
Wow.
I see that we're connecting with Dolphin. If you're watching us, please do let us know where you are watching from. We would love to know. There is our sister Delphine Ogwe. In short, you're looking glorious, ma'am. Glorious, glorious, glorious.
Thank you so much, Zoaki. Thank you. In fact, um, you're a sweet lady. Thank God for Mola.
Can you hear me?
May God bless you for all you are doing. Thank you.
Can
We
you
are
hear me or can
unstoppable.
you
The
see
network
me?
can't
I'm
stop
not
us today.
sure
We are moving
if
forward. We are
my
getting better,
internet is
bigger
holding
and
up. Can you
better.
hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. So I hope that your network too is sound. Yes, can you hear me now? I see you. I see you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
All
yes, I
right,
can hear
great,
you
great,
perfectly.
great, great. Yes. Wow, wow, wow. It's not been easy. You know what? We are unstoppable. We are moving forward ever and backward never. In fact, we are
Absolutely.
about to start. Yesterday was fire. And I know that the latter glory cannot fail us. It's always better than the former.
That's right.
So I know that today is to fasten our seatbelts. My God, I really want to appreciate our coaches of yesterday. They were great. They were incredible. They were awesome. They were all shades of amazing, all shades of glory, all shades of truth. You know what? Let me leave it there. But I want to say thank you all who put in your voices yesterday and made it a great day with us yesterday. Thank you so much for the nuggets. Thank you for pouring out your hearts and just impacting. It was loaded. It was loaded. I have not recovered from the great stuff that came out yesterday, and today is another day. I want to say thank you again to all the coaches that said yes to me for today. Thank you. I can see Coach Michael is already in the studio and waiting. When I read his post today, and I just said to myself, you know what? Hey, let me fasten, let me double my seatbelt before I fasten it because it's gonna be hot. Ça va chauffer. We say in French, ça va chauffer. That means it's gonna be hot. So, and I know that, you know what? Everybody God has prepared for today is loaded and they are bringing their own perspectives to the table. I want us to just get ready because something is about to happen for all our viewers. Get ready. Something is about to happen. Share it. Don't hesitate to share this link to everyone. Share it to your friends, sisters. Just share it on all your platforms and bring your people here because there is a lot we need to know. On this platform, the Blossom Life Academy, presenting this relationship summit, the aim is to make sure that marriages are happy, families are stable, and we know that this is directly connected to the well-being of every nation. If families can be fine, we know that the communities, the societies, the nations will be happy, will be fine, will be peaceful. So most of the things we're looking for, they are not as far as we think. They are right in there, right at home, right with us. So if we can just learn how to go about our families, our homes, I believe that a lot is going to go well with us. So please, just let's be generous enough today by sharing this and get ready. I know that God has prepared these people and they're going to release themselves as just like yesterday. Today is going to be better. And the coaches are already in the studio and we don't want to waste so much of your time again. We want to bring up our coach, Coach Michael, who is already here. He's been here ever since in the studio. We're going to bring him up and you're going to get ready because he's talking on your marriage and purpose. There's a lot we need to know on this topic and this is the right person. The person who has the unction for the moment, right? The power for the season. So he is right here with us in the studio and we are going to just go straight and play his bio. You know,
Michael Anthony is into purpose-driven leadership and strategic development. He is a dedicated and successful professional who has demonstrated a profound commitment to making a difference for over 2 decades. He has explored and implemented the concept of purpose in various contexts, including with individuals, organizations, and governments. With a wealth of experience in sales, business development, analysis, policy development, and strategic planning, Michael Anthony has established himself as a leading figure in business and strategic development. He is a highly sought-after coach, consultant, and speaker, guiding hundreds of individuals in uncovering, nurturing, and implementing their life purpose. As a strategy consultant, Michael Anthony collaborates with entrepreneurs and businesses to pinpoint their massive transformative purpose and leverage a purpose-driven business strategy to reposition and expand their operations. He also conducts virtual and in-person speaking programs, including a monthly virtual masterclass for his online community. His expertise extends to his proprietary circle of purpose, which he calls the new Ikigai, developed as a reliable and efficient tool for purpose discovery. Through his one-on-one clarity sessions and comprehensive services, he offers clients clarity, strategy, and execution support to help them unlock their full potential and achieve their goals.
Hey, Coach.
Wow. Hello. Can you hear me?
You are very welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you do, all that you are. Thank you for all that you represent to this generation. You are an amazing guy. May God bless you. I don't even know how to say
thank you so much. Thank you so much,
I know you were
my
sharing your screen.
Pastor.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
I know you were talking of sharing your screen, and I'm sure you were supposed to send us your.
Yeah, my slides. I do have a slide, but what I did while I was backstage, I just uploaded it. I think I might be able to do it. Okay, I think we are frozen there for a minute. Okay, let me just check. Let me show that I am the one that is still on live. If you can see me, apologies. Okay, coach, you can see and hear me. So I believe I can shoot and go ahead, correct? Can somebody just confirm that in the chat for me? If I can just shoot and go ahead. Rosane, sorry, I'm terrible with names. So somebody just, thank you. Is that Rosane from YouTube? Thank you. Okay, I think I'm just gonna, okay, good. Sorry, I've just been confirmed. I'm just gonna go. So massive thank you, Coach Delphine. Thank you for the honor. Really, thank you for the honor. I don't not take it lightly. Thank you for the privilege of being here. I want to say hello and thank you to everybody that's here tonight. Definitely the whole team behind this, those that have put this in place, and for all the incredible speakers that are also participating. Yesterday, I was not able to catch all the sessions, unfortunately, but I caught most of Pastor Paul's session. And man, Pastor Paul, I need to see you. We need to meet. We need to talk. What an anointing! What an auction! What a revelation! Thank you for all that you poured out. And I see you also on today, so I cannot wait. I learned so much from that yesterday. Yeah, and thank you again for that very nice introduction. Thank you. I'm just going to jump into it. Let me see very quickly if I can just confirm if I can share my slides. Let me see that. Remind me, I'm like, I come from a family of teachers and lecturers. So I'm like a teacher. Most of the things we do is in teaching mode. So my presentation is going to just be like that. Oh, beautiful. Awesome. I can say I can get it. Okay. So before we jump into this, let me just say, FYI, I am not a marriage consultant. I'm not a marriage professional. There are loads of them here, and I will be learning from them. I'm a student of marriage, but my emphasis is on purpose. My calling and my giftings are in the area and the concept of purpose. So everything, all of my teachings are foundationed on purpose. Okay, so I'm able to see other things from the perspective of purpose. So what I'll be doing tonight, so in order to do that, I like to give a small crash class on purpose, understanding the concept of purpose, how it shows up, its characteristics and principles, and then using that as a premise to view what we want to talk about. And in this context, that thing is marriage. All right. So what I'll try to do is talk about purpose, and then try and tie it and wrap it around, or look at marriage from the lens of purpose. All right. So that's what I'll try and do tonight by the grace of the Holy Spirit. Are we good? If someone can see and hear me, someone just type a 1 in the chat, or just type go. If you're ready to go, just type 1 or type go. Let me see that. Type 1, type 1. Thank you. So you can see and hear me. Good. Fantastic. So marriage and purpose. First of all, what is all the fuss about purpose? You have to be in a cave somewhere not to have heard about purpose, or not to have seen something about purpose. All of a sudden, there seems to be all this pandemonium. It seems to be a trending thing. All of a sudden, it's purpose this, purpose that. What purpose? Where purpose? What is my purpose? All of a sudden, there seems to be a global thirst, hunger, need, understanding, inquiry for purpose. Yeah, what's all the fuss about? So the question is why? Why all of a sudden? All right. I'm just going to explain two reasons why that is. There's several reasons why, but I'm just going to pick two that I feel are a bit fundamental. The first one is this date. Okay, the first one is this date. Now, this date, 2020, means a lot of things to a lot of people. This is the year of the pandemic. Now, why this date is important is because there was a paradigm shift in the world. For the first time in our lives, for the first time in our generation, in the last 100 years, the world was put in the same bucket at the same time. Everybody was put in the same condition at the same time in the same period for the same reason. It had never happened before. What also happened in 2020 was that what a lot of us thought was our sense of identity was taken away in an instant. Your job that was a sense of identity was taken away. Your church was taken away. Everything stopped. So when people could not attend to the things that it taught were their sense of identity, it now forced people for the first time as a people to start thinking and asking the question, why? Why am I here? What's the essence of my existence? All right, because the world stopped. The things that used to distract us, the thing that we used in distracting ourselves, the thing that we called our identity was taken away in an instant. And then we knew that was not our real identity because we were still here, we were still alive. So 2020 was a massive paradigm shift on planet Earth. It was the first time the world as a whole was forced to think and ask the question, why? So pre-2020, trust me, the conversation of purpose was not even near what it is today. Post-2020, boom, explosion. From, whether it's coaching, even medical-wise, scientifically speaking, and now even business speaking, the conversation of purpose has just been all over the place, and that's one of the reasons. The second reason is something called the Maslow hierarchy of need. So the second reason why, and I'll say the more important reason, is because purpose is a natural state that every human being on earth must come to the point in their lives when they must ask the question of purpose, when they must ask the question, why am I here? Who am I? Okay, and that is because self-actualization is a natural evolution of man. So now let me explain the Maslow's hierarchy of need. So Maslow's hierarchy of need is a pyramid. So it's a 5-step pyramid that outlines the basic and the evolutionary need of every human being. So the first level is psychological need, which is represented by food and shelter. All right. Now, please just stay with me. I know this is a relationship summit, but I'm talking about purpose. Just stay with me. I will make the connections as we go. So the first one is psychological need, all right, which is represented by food and shelter. Food and shelter is the most basic need of any living human being, outside oxygen, of course, but you're living. Food and shelter. You cannot have any form of conversation or commitment or activity with a starving person. Nor can you do with a homeless person, okay? So the first thing a human being needs in terms of survival is food and shelter, okay? That's the first thing. As soon as it's secured, the next level is safety. Now, safety is represented by what? Job, your occupation. So your schooling, everything you've done from birth to you got a job was to represent safety. Now, the reason for that safety is actually to secure the step before. So you have safety so you can secure food and shelter. All right. So that's a natural evolution. And you will find that in this evolution of the Maslow's hierarchy of human need, it always seems that the next level is the level of fulfillment. So the next level is the highest level. It's like from psychological need, when you were a kid, when you were in school, you're like, I can't wait to get a job. When I get a job, I will be fulfilled. When I get that dream job, I will be satisfied. And you get that dream job and you realize that, oh, There's more. The next level after safety is love and relationships, love and belongings, represented by family. That's where marriage comes in. All right. It's a natural evolution. You've secured your psychological needs, you secured your safety, career-wise, now you have relationship. And at that point, the human spirit is thinking, oh, by the time I get married, everything will be absolutely fine. I will be fulfilled. But you gets married, and then the next level comes, and that's esteem, represented by career growth, achievement. Okay, I wanna get that promotion. Maybe when I get that promotion, I wanna open that company. I wanna be the CEO. I wanna get that medal. Whatever is your definition of your highest aspiration, career-wise, professionally speaking, it's the next level and the fourth level of the natural evolution of human need. After that, and this is where a lot of people struggle because they feel that, and this is where a lot of people stop, because having the highest or pursuing your career to the highest level is what a lot of people believe will bring them fulfillment. But they find that it's not, because your soul will crave for something else. The last and the highest level of the human need is self-actualization. That is where the question of purpose starts. That's where the question of purpose comes in. Okay, so meaning that the second reason, or the most important reason why there's this all of a sudden massive explosion of the need to understand purpose, is because it's a natural evolution of man. Every man must come to a point in their life where they ask that question, because self-actualization, self-identity, essence of existence, knowing why you're here, is the highest need of the human spirit. Nobody can escape that. People can deny it. The reason we're seeing it more is because, of course, we're in the information age, so we see it more. We can connect with the conversation much more. All right. So those are the reasons. And if you look at the demographic and the age group of the people that are in the conversation of purpose, you realize that it's from the age of from 30 to 50. That's the most active demographic that are engaged in the conversation of purpose. Because those are the people that are in that fifth stage of the human evolution need. All right. You go and talk to a kid in the high school, he can't really connect so deeply to the concept of purpose because his evolutionary need, his innate evolutionary growth has not come there yet. He has to go through safety, love, and belonging, esteem before. But one of the gifts, the greatest things that can ever happen to a human spirit, is to get that fifth step earlier. And my own opinion, my own proposition is that this pyramid, because this pyramid is man-made, this pyramid should actually be flipped upside down. It should be flipped upside down, and the first shall be the last. Meaning the conversation of self-actualization, the conversation of purpose should be the first basic human need, not the last, because that is what every other thing is built on. When we understand purpose from the beginning, it influences what we define as our safety, meaning it influences the career we build, it influences the courses that we studied, and of course, it influences the marriage that we get into. All right, let's keep going. So this thing called purpose, what is it in itself? What is it in itself? So a bit about purpose. Purpose simply is original intention. Okay, the key word here is original intention, and purpose is the reason for the existence of anything. Why is original intention? Why is original the key word? That is because everything can be repurposed. So it's important that you understand that purpose is not just the reason for the existence of anything, but the original reason for the existence of anything. In today's day and age, everything is being repurposed. I did a program once called Redefinition of the World. Education has been redefined. Transportation has been redefined, religion has been redefined, and of course, marriage has been redefined. Today, we have marriage of a man to a man. We have marriage of a woman to a woman. We have marriages of human to animal. We just had crazy. We just had the first marriage of a woman to an AI. I don't know if you've heard of that, to an AI. Meaning that if somebody jumped on planet Earth today in 2024, their concept of marriage, they will not be able to connect to the original intention of marriage. They will only be connected to the redefined concept of marriage. It's very important. Very, very important, because one of the tricks of the devil, because the devil does not have originality, one of the tricks of the devil is to corrupt everything that God does. Okay, so the institution of marriage has been redefined by today's world. So understanding purpose and understanding marriage is important to go back to the original intention and not to be carried away by what it seems like today. Okay, so that is what purpose is, the reason for the existence of anything. And bringing that to an individual, it simply means that purpose is the reason you exist, is the essence of your existence, is what birthed you. All right, and I'll speak on that a little bit more, okay, when I talk about the principles of purpose. And let me just jump into that. So I'm just going to run through 6 principles of purpose that I've developed over the years. And the first one is that purpose precedes creation. Purpose precedes creation. The purpose of anything is always determined before the creation of the thing. Nothing in life is purposeless. Absolutely nothing. And please, if you can think of anything that has no purpose, please pop it in the chat. Okay, I'm still looking for it. Purpose precedes creation. The purpose of anything must be defined before that thing is created. I have a pen in my hand. This pen, the purpose of this pen was not defined after the creation or after the manufacturing of this pen. It was the purpose of the pen that determined how this pen was made. Meaning that when you look at that in marriage, or you look at that in our lives, God had decided and understood and had a purpose for marriage before he decided to say, okay, release this and create it. The same thing with our individual lives. Before we were born, the Bible says, before you were born, I knew you. Okay, where did he know us? When did he know us? Of course, you know that we also have a tripartite kind of life. That's the pre-birth life. That's our existence before we came here. Birth, which is what we have now, which we know now, and post-birth. Okay, so if you know God works in trinities in a lot of ways. If you study with the word, there's a lot of things that are in trees. Even the concept of purpose are in threes and triples. That's why it calls himself Trinity. Like purpose, for example, comes purpose is in Trinity. That is, it comes with potential and principle and purpose. So purpose is purpose, potential, principles is always inseparable. So every living individual was bettered by purpose. God determined what we were here to do before he released us to the earth. Okay, so one of the principles of purpose of anything, and you can think about it, you can apply this to anything, is that purpose precedes creation. Nothing was created, nothing was bettered, nothing was manufactured, either by man or by God, without the purpose of it being determined before it was given birth to. And when purpose is understood, that's when creation happens. Even in our lives, when you discover your purpose, that's when your innovation starts. Some of us think that you think you're not innovative, or you're not creative, you're not powerful. It's because purpose has not been discovered. The discovery of purpose leads to creation naturally. If you discover the purpose of something, that is when the ability to design, to create, to manufacture, to deploy, and to explore comes to be. Even in marriage, understanding the purpose of marriage, when the purpose of marriage is not deeply discovered, that is when the creation and the creativity and the bliss of marriage begins. All right. The second principle of purpose is that purpose determines design. Purpose determines the design of anything. The design of this pen, the design of your phone, the design of your car, the design of your house, the design of your laptop, the design of anything you can think about is determined by the purpose it wants to fulfill. Let me give you an example. I will apply that to marriage. A tractor is a vehicle. A race car is a vehicle. An SUV is a vehicle. But the difference in design between a Ferrari or a race car and an SUV is because of the purpose. They are both all cars, they're all vehicles, but the purpose is meant to fulfill is what determines the design. A church is a building, a home is a building, a mosque is a building, a police station is a building, a house is a building, but they all have different designs. And what determines the design of any building is the purpose it intends to fulfill. If you call an engineer today or an architect and say, listen, I want to build a house, I want to build a building, the first thing is, what's the purpose of the building? Because that's what will determine the design. But guess what? It's the same for our lives. The way you are, the way you look, the way we sound, the way we perceive things, our design was determined by the purpose that God has put us to fulfill. It's the same in nature, and you can apply this to anything. Purpose is what determines design, which is why every bit of us, we are all masterpieces. You are a masterpiece. I am a masterpiece, because I'm specifically designed for the purpose I am meant to fulfill. So when you look at that principle and apply it to marriage, so the question is, what is the design of marriage? Okay, if purpose determines design, means looking at marriage, the design of marriage, we'll be able to extract the purpose from it. The design of marriage is man and a helper, man and a woman. I believe marriage and family are separate. Marriage is what births family. Okay, if we're talking about marriage, we're not including the kids at this moment. We're talking about the man and the woman. So it's very easy to ask a couple that don't have kids yet. You don't ask them how's your family. You mostly ask how's your wife or how's your husband. But as soon as the kids come in, the question changes to how's your family. All right. So when we look at the design of the family, the design of the family, it's the man that has been called to fulfill a vision with a helper, which is his wife. Okay. So the purpose of the family, the purpose that God determines for marriage is what determines the design of how he designed marriage. And I'll speak on that a bit more. All right. The third principle of purpose is that purpose gives. Anything that was created by God or by man was created to give. Nothing was created for itself. Nothing was created for itself. Let's look at nature first of all. The sun doesn't need its heat. The sun gives us heat. The trees don't use, they give it. Plants, the oxygen we breathe to exist and survive, literally comes from plants. They give us that oxygen. The rivers gave us, animals gave us. Everything in nature gives us. It was designed and produced to give. Let's look at everything that man has made. Your house was made to give you shelter. Your clothes was made to give you physical protection or fashion or whatever. Your cell phone, your computers give you service. Everything is designed to give. So the purpose of a thing, the concept of purpose is that anything that's in alignment with its purpose will always give. In discovery of self-purpose and in marriage, the question to ask is, what can I give? When you ask, what can I give? The natural instinct is to look inwards, meaning that, and unfortunately, the human beings are the only species that have a very selfish nature of what can I get? What can I get? What's in it for me? Which again, if you ask me, is one of the problems or the challenges of marriage today, because we go into marriage thinking, what can I get? Rather than asking, what can I give? And I'll say this to you, if you can ask the question of giving, like, what can I give? If you can ask that just once every day in relation to marriage, I believe that will begin to form a transformation. Because the moment you have asked, what can I give? You are looking inwards. And when you look inwards, you're able to identify potential. Potential is the seed that you carry. Potential is the engine room. Potential is the toolbox for purpose. So when you deploy potential, purpose is manifested. When you engage potential, purpose is manifested. And you can only identify potential, when you ask the question of what can I give? So in the journey of marriage, I believe an understanding that purpose gives, asking the question, what can I give my spouse? What can I give my marriage? Constantly on a daily basis, asking that question, I believe, will go a long way in fulfilling the purpose of any marriage or any relationship as well. And the fourth principle is that purpose is determined by the manufacturer. I'm using a laptop right now for this. I didn't determine the function or the purpose or the design of this. The manufacturer did, the company did. Same thing applies to anything you can think of in life. The manufacturer of anything is the one that determines the purpose of that thing. What's happening in the world today is that man is trying to define the purpose of the things that God created. That is the reason why the world is being redefined. Marriage was not created by man. Marriage was not initiated by man, but man is now trying to define the purpose of marriage from man's perspective. All right, which is what takes us back to understanding that purpose means original intention. What was the original intention for marriage? And I'll talk on that a bit when I have a look into Adam and Eve. What's the original intention? Because that's our go-to. That's our first example of marriage. At what point did God introduce Eve to Adam? And for what reason, for what purpose did God introduce Eve to Adam? Okay, because I believe that's a fundamental reason, point to pull on understanding the purpose of marriage. All right, so purpose is, and if the manufacturer is the one that determines the purpose of anything, it's also safe to say that it's the manufacturer, only the manufacturer can effectively repair or solve or answer any question that has to do with that product. In the journey of marriage, God has blessed us with coaches, with pastors, and with intelligent people that have been gifted to help in the journey of marriage. But even the best coaches and the best relationship counselors and consultants will always tell you that in the end of the day, it's God that determines, it's God that can repair and can determine every single marriage, because every single marriage and relationship are peculiar, are unique, and are different. So the manufacturer of the product is the one that determines the purpose of it and can ultimately fix it fully and effectively. All right. Fifth one is purpose gives. It's purpose evolves. Purpose evolves. And what that simply means is your essence, your purpose, your why, the reason for your existence will never change. It will always be there. But your implementation of it, your manifestation of it, your communication of it will always evolve, will always change with time and season and location and technology. It will always change. And I tell you that the same applies to marriage. Marriage always evolves. Now, of course, in several ways, because the individuals in marriage are constantly evolving. The essence of marriage will never change. The purpose of marriage will never change. But the implementation of that marriage, the journey of that marriage, the understanding of that marriage will always change. But it's now based on the people, on the couple in the marriage to understand that marriage is evolving. Now check this out. If purpose is the essence of our existence and is our most important and fundamental reason for being, and that's our ultimate journey in this life, if a marriage has a purpose-driven couple or a purpose-driven man, a purpose-driven woman, and your purpose is evolving faster than your marriage, the chances of that marriage surviving, I will say, is by God's grace. I'll say that again. When your purpose evolves faster than your marriage, the marriage will struggle. Your purpose, except of course you don't know your purpose and you're not functioning in your essence, you're not in alignment with that, that's a different conversation. But if you are in alignment with your essence and your understanding of why you are here and you're on that journey, it's very important that you're intentional about carrying your marriage along that journey, which is why the fundamental reason why marriage should be consummated in the first place is on the understanding of what is the purpose of those involved in it. I truly believe that the purpose of marriage is the combined purpose of the individuals involved. Now, there's several things we could talk about marriage in terms of, how to coordinate a marriage, the emotional intelligence involved in marriage, how men think, how women think, and all that are very, very important. But I believe that all that trickles down from the understanding of the purpose of the individuals involved in that marriage. Because if there is no clarity of purpose, of individual purpose, not the purpose of the marriage yet. Let's not forget that marriage is made up of two separate individuals. Physically, they will forever be separate, they will forever be individuals. Spiritually, they are one based on covenant. But physically, they will always be different. So physical differences will always come to be. Carnal differences will always bear its place. Yeah, some types in today's marriage, people focus on what they can rather than what they can offer. Of course, unfortunately, I mean. So in understanding that purpose evolves, if you don't have, if your understanding of the purpose is not clear in a marriage, you will realize that purpose is going one direction and marriage is going another direction. I mean, I can definitely tell you this from personal experience, if you know what I mean. So I don't know how to stress this more than enough, because why that happens is because we don't get into marriage with the understanding of purpose. The purpose of marriage, you see, every other thing we talk about in marriage, the happiness, the love, the kids, and all that. I personally believe, as important as those things are add-ons. I was listening to one pastor recently on YouTube or something that said marriage is not meant to make you happy, and it was very controversial, and people are going back and forth. That statement is contextual. Of course, you can get happiness from marriage, and you should get happiness from marriage. You should get bliss from marriage. But the truth is, that is not the purpose of marriage. Okay? The purpose of marriage is a vehicle. It's a vehicle to help you fulfill your purpose. Because as we have seen, even from a psychological perspective, from a neurological perspective, marriage is not the ultimate desire of a human spirit. As lovely and as important marriage is, it is not the ultimate essence of any human spirit. If it is, every human being will marry. If it is, every single human being will desire it. Not every human being desires it. And if it is, like I always say, Christ will have married and he will have showed us how to do it. And now I am not in any way, of course, pushing jabs at marriage. I'm only trying to give my perspective and bring clarity from the direction of purpose. Okay? God put us in this earth to fulfill our purpose, which is thy kingdom come. Okay? How we get there, God has put many things in place for us to get there. Marriage is probably the most fundamental tool for every living human being to get to their essence, to fulfill their purpose. Will it work for everybody? Is it determined for everybody? No, it's not. And this is the same principle that the Catholic Church has worked with. That's why you see that priests don't get married, because for them, it's purpose over marriage. It's purpose over marriage. But get this now, get this. If purpose is that important, meaning that, is it safe to say that to have a successful marriage, having an understanding of what the purpose of the people, having an understanding of what the individual purpose of the couple is the key to making us successful? So if we put purpose here and put marriage here, let's say now assuming that person is here, but with understanding and clarity that before you get to marriage, you already have purpose. You realize that marriage and purpose go like this. It will be at par. All right. It will always be at par. Okay. So the evolution of marriage and the evolution of purpose will always have a clash if there is no clarity. And I will tell you this, when you see purpose-driven people, if they have a choice to take between purpose and marriage, purpose will always win, unfortunately. And the reason we have the problems we have in marriage today, it's not because love does not exist. Love is not what keeps marriages. Love is by far, and I think we've passed that by now. Everybody knows that. That's common knowledge. Love is not what keeps marriages. Life is an element, an ingredient of it, but it's not. What keeps marriages, of course, apart from all the characteristics of understanding thing, is the understanding of what brings absolute fulfillment to the other person. And nothing can bring absolute fulfillment than the reason you were created, the essence of your existence, your purpose. It's a bug that God has put in every human spirit. The reason some marriages suffer is not because, oh, I'm not supporting your purpose. It's because there's no clarity. The man doesn't really know, but he's struggling inside and knows that this is not what I'm meant to be. This is not what I'm meant to doing. So that frustration is carried out and played out in marriage. That lack of vision, that lack of direction now plays out on marriage and now trickles down in other things. You realize that I believe that 90% of the problems in marriage are secondary. They are symptoms, they are fallout and consequences of a lack of clarity of purpose. Or the frustrations thereof, the frustration of lack of clarity is now what trickles down in all the things. Because if you look at successful couples that are purpose-driven, there's clarity on the journey between the man and the woman. Of course, they will have issues. Of course, human nature will play its role, but purpose will always be the thing they bounce back on. It will always be the most fundamental connecting tool, even more than sex, even more than wealth. It will always be the essence of the existence. If any marriage can understand that, that's why I'm saying that in marriage counseling classes today, I'm very excited and grateful for what Pastor Delphine does in the marriage counseling. I believe there needs to be a transformation in what is taught and how pre-marriage counseling are done. The question of purpose and understanding purpose and helping couples define and have some level of clarity of their purpose before marriage, for me, I feel is the number one and most fundamental thing. If a man cannot answer the question of purpose, he has no business getting married. He has no business getting married. All right. And the last principle here is that purpose is a journey and destination. It's a journey and a destination. There is no final destination in the journey of purpose. But in the journey of purpose, there are several destinations as you go. Okay? Meaning that it's just like they say, every day that you wake up and succeed is a win. It's a destination. Every 24 hours is a destination. Every 365 days is a destination. All right? So there is no, when I get here, that's when my purpose will start. Or when I have this. No. Absolutely everything that you do every day adds up. It's a journey. What we're having right now, this conversation in this second, in this hour, in this minute, is part of that journey to that destination. It's part of that journey of fulfilling purpose. All right? So those are some of the principles of purpose. It precedes creation. It determines design. It gives. It is determined by the manufacturer. It evolves, and it's a journey and a destination. And all of these you can apply in your marriage. I believe that when the principles of purpose are also applied in the principles of marriage, I believe that will go a long way in helping marriages have clarity. And with purpose is a statement I've come to preach about a lot. With purpose, individual prescription is not general principle. I'll say that again. With purpose, in the context of purpose, individual prescription is not general principle. Now, what that means is when you're in alignment with your essence, what determines the terms and conditions of anything is the purpose it is designed to fulfill. The reason the terms and conditions of your laptop is different from your remote, the reason you cannot charge your TV remote control the way you charge your laptop is because the purpose of your laptop is different from the purpose of your remote. Purpose is what determines what is legal and illegal for a thing. And this is a principle that God has shown us severally in the Bible, and I'll tie this to marriage a bit. We have this assumption that, oh no, yes, God loves us all the same, and He sure does, but His principles to us are different. His principles to us are different based on our calling. You will see it in the Bible. For some, He will say, don't eat that. For some, He will say, eat this. For some, He will say, don't marry from here. For some, He will say, marry from here. For some, He will say, don't cut your hair. For some, He will say, shave everything. These are individual prescription. Why? Why are those individual prescriptions coming to them? It's because of the purpose they have been mandated to fulfill. So that individual prescription is not general principle. The problem in today's church and even in marriage is that we are preaching individual principles as individual prescriptions as general principles. And don't get me wrong, there are general principles that apply generally. With marriage, every marriage is made up of two unique, very different individuals that are not found anywhere else in the world. Right? So in the success in the journey of marriage, there are two things to look at. What are the general principles of marriage? They are there. I think Pastor Paul did a brilliant job in showcasing, establishing some of those very general principles, which is where, like, for example, even as coaches, that's where group coaching comes in, because in a group coaching, you can give general principles. Why one-on-one coaching is more effective is because in one-on-one coaching, you don't give general principle. You apply individual prescription. You try to understand what's the uniqueness of that particular individual, the uniqueness of their calling, and then with individual prescriptions applied. With marriage, it's important that every marriage is able to identify what is our individual prescription for our marriage outside general principle. Meaning that, but for any marriage to be able to understand and come to the point of identifying individual prescription, they must know what their calling is. Because it's the journey that determines, the destination determines the journey. The destination determines how you pack. The destination determines how you travel. If you're traveling to Dubai as against traveling to Australia, you pack differently. Or you're traveling to the North Pole, you pack differently. You're going to a hot zone, but you're not going to pack fur jackets and stuff. You're going to a cold region. You're not going to be packing slippers and shorts. Why? Your understanding of the destination is determining the kind of clothes you're packing. It's determining the kind of airport you're going. It's determining the kind of people you're traveling with. It's the same thing with marriage. When there is an understanding of what the destination is, it's easy to be able to define individual prescription. In fact, it's at that point that God is able to give you revelation. Your revelation, your rhema. See, the reason we don't get these unctions is because we go to church and we go to seminars and we go to counseling and we get general principle. The reason individual prescription cannot come to you is that you are not in alignment. Individual prescription can only come in alignment of purpose. And that's why I say with purpose, individual prescription is not general principle. This fact is so important. I personally believe that the definition of sin, what is defined as sin for every individual life, is a function of what their calling is. I believe that there are things that are permissible to those, and I believe it's captured in scriptures, that are permissible to some, is not permissible to all. Why? Are we not all the same? No, we're not. No, we're not. Our calling, our purpose is what determines our ranking in the spirits. Some have been given the dominion for a home. Some have been given dominion for a street. Some have been given dominion for a council. Some have been given dominion for a state. Some have been given dominion to nations. Do you think the prescription for these individuals will be the same? Do you think the laws that God allows them to do is different? Is the same? It's not. So in our journey of marriage and in our personal journey of purpose discovery, understanding that individual prescription is the key, is the secret to the manifestation of our innovation. There are things I do in my life that I don't need anybody to understand. I know that these are things that are in line with my own calling. All right. So it's important that we understand that general principle is first one. Alignment with our purpose will always give birth to individual prescriptions for the specific marriage that we carry. Okay, makes sense? Can I hear something in the chat? Because I'm in the studio, so I really can't see the Facebook audience. Nor can I see, but I'm seeing some things popping up on YouTube. Individual prescription can only come in alignment post. Absolutely. Right on, sir. Thank you. That's on Bafo. So there's also a concept. Yes, if a man cannot, absolutely. I will not even try to pronounce his names because I don't want to offend you. I'm terrible with names pronunciation. Coach and Dr. Isoken from Canada, I see you. Thank you for joining. There's a concept I call macro and micro purpose. Don't worry, my first degree was in economics, so sometimes I just use economics concept in communicating some things. So, and I think this is important for this concept to be understood even in relation to marriage. So what is macro and micro purpose? Like, macro is the big picture and micro is a small picture, but macro and micro are always connected because the micro elements, the combination of multiple micro elements is what gives birth to a macro. Okay, so now let's talk about it in purpose. What is the macro purpose? Macro purpose, God made it absolutely very clear, is thy kingdom come. That's the macro purpose. Thy kingdom come. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. The macro God is to establish earth as an extended kingdom of heaven. That is why all that Jesus preached was the kingdom. I tell people Jesus is not a Christian. It's hard for some to understand, but he's not. He didn't preach Christianity, nor did he even preach salvation. The problem we have, unfortunately, in Christianity is that we see salvation, a lot of people think of salvation as the end. Salvation is just a means to an end. The end is the kingdom, all right? The kingdom is the macro purpose. So the question is, what's the plan for the kingdom? What's the plan to establish the macro purpose? He gave us also the plan in Genesis. The macro purpose is that kingdom come, and then the same macro purpose for every individual is three things: be fruitful, multiply, dominate. Boom. Those were the marching orders that we have been given. So if anybody's asking the question of what's my purpose, the first aspect of your purpose are these three things. This is the first aspect of everybody's purpose. This is our own macro purpose. Be fruitful, multiply, dominate. Now, be fruitful implies that there is seed. It implies there's a seed in you. Okay, all of us have a seed. The Spirit of God is one of the seed, is the seed in us. That Spirit of God is what gives us our potential. Okay, our potential is our seed. Our potential is our toolbox. Your potential is your engine room. Your potential is your design, your make, how you are, how you think, how you look, how you talk, your skill, everything. All of that makes up your potential. All right, that's the seed that you carry. When you invest in your potential, you become fruitful. The use of your potential, the engine room of your purpose, the use of your potential is what gives birth to fruitfulness. Now, we're in a relationship summit. This relationship summit is the fruit of the seed that Pastor Delphine carries. Pastor Delphine has a seed in her. Okay, she has a seed for families. She has a seed for women. She has a seed for families. All right. We were talking one time, and I said, I believe one of the callings is is to bring, I've said that the family is the altar of the world, and God is calling people like Pastor Daphne to help families, bring families back to the altar, to reconsecrate the altar of the world, which is the family, because every single individual comes from a family, all right? So this relationship summit is a fruit of the seed that Pastor carries. So we are all feeding from this fruit now. Can you see? We are all feeding. That's why I say purpose is also a journey, not a destination. We are on that journey right now. We are on that journey. This is, yes, someone will say, what? This is not a Christian. This is not even close to a Christian. We are on that journey right now. We are feeding from the fruits of one person. So that's step one, being fruitful. Okay. She's manifesting the seed and being fruitful. The next thing is to multiply that fruit. I mean, have this retreat more, have it in different countries, have it in different capacities, have it as often as have it in different dimensions. That's multiplying that seed. Now, the multiplication of that seed is what will lead to dominion. It's what will give dominance. Dominion and dominance of what? Dominance of the word of God, dominance of the kingdom of God, which is the end. So you see that the purpose that we have is also a means to an end. It's very important to always understand what is the end point of every journey that we're on, because it determines how we carry and navigate that journey. All right. It's the kingdom. So when we look at marriage, what's the end point of marriage? Really? What's the end point of marriage? Because when we have the clarity of what the end point is, some things don't matter anymore. We will drop some pettiness. All right. The reasons there's a lot of pettiness in marriage is because we think marriage is the end of it. We think, oh, the marriage is a climate. No, the marriage is a means to end. The kingdom of God is the end. So the question is the marriage that we're in, is it functioning in alignment? Is it on its way to thy kingdom come? Is it? Is it? All right. So that's the macro purpose. The macro purpose is that big picture that God has. Micro purpose is now the individual parts of the puzzle that God has put in all of us. So for every one of us, we have a part of the puzzle. I have a 10-year-old daughter. She's a beast when it comes to puzzles, and I'm terrible at it. It's crazy how when she opens the box, the puzzle looks so just messed up, scattered. Like, where do I start from? But gradually, when she puts the right pieces together, she fixes the right pieces together, eventually you see that's a beautiful picture, and it becomes one piece. From 1,000 pieces of puzzle, it becomes one piece. Now that one piece is the macro purpose. Those small pieces are the micro purpose. We are those small pieces. We are those small pieces. So it's important to understand that our purpose itself is a means to an end. Our micro purpose is tied to a macro purpose. So our marriage is a representation of a micro purpose, a means to an end. Is a tool, it's a journey. It is not, unfortunately, especially we from Africa, we've always seen marriage as, so fundamental to our existence, like it's the it's the final thing. But unfortunately, it's not. And that's why a lot of us went into marriage, with the wrong mindset. I'm just checking my time here. Please, moderator, keep me on time. I'm a big talker, so I don't lose track of time. All right. So that's that. And then I'll just try and move a bit faster now. And I stay here that purpose unfulfilled is the ultimate sin. I truly believe this. You see, there's a lot of the things that we call sin, a lot of the things that we sin here, we are judged here on earth. You reap what you sow. We are judged here on earth. A lot of the things that we do, we are judged here. We are being judged every day. There's an element of judgment that is not going to happen when we die. We're being judged every day. The life that we live as we are today, the quality of the life some people live, is a function of the judgment that they are on. All right? So we're being judged every day. I believe that the ultimate judgment will be a judgment of purpose. I believe that when we stand before the manufacturer, it's not going to be asking, oh, you lied that day, oh, you stole that from, oh, you did that. I believe the fundamental question that the manufacturer is going to ask his product at the end of the day is, did you do what I designed you to do? Now, picture yourself as a manufacturer. You made a phone, for example. What do you think is the ultimate definition of failure of that phone? If it can't make a call. Okay. Now, a phone like today now is a multi-tool product. Okay, it's a calculator, it's a camera, it's a go on the internet. It can do this. Now, a phone has multiple functions, but if it cannot make a call, it is not a phone. It ceases being a phone. Meaning that in our callings, in our existence, in our journey, individual journeys and journeys of marriage, the essence of our existence, our fulfillment of our purpose, regardless of how successful we are in every other thing, if we fail in the area of purpose, I personally believe that's the definition of the ultimate thing, because we have not done the thing that we have been called to do. All right. So I'll just rush through now. I'm seeing Pastor coming up. Pastor, how many minutes do I have left? I will run through my time.
I'm sure you're already over your overtime. Also, Paul is back in the studio, and we're like,
Russia, give me 5 minutes, man.
You're loaded with purpose. All right. Okay.
Quick one. Understanding purpose of marriage from Adam and Eve. I said this earlier. Now, there's several things about this that's not in concept. I will not just go into now. But now, Adam was given a mandate. Okay, when Adam was created, was given a mandate to name the things in the earth. All right, which he did. Now the question is, what was the nature of the work that Adam was given? Okay, a lot of us think, oh, it's just a name the animals. No, it was way more than that. Okay, that's because every physical thing that God created is a manifestation, is a representation of a physical truth. Every physical thing that he made is a representation of a spiritual truth. So one of Adam's mandates is to manifest the spiritual representation of every physical thing on the earth. Massive thing. Meaning if he had to live for 1 million years, that job would not be exhausted, which was why he needed that help. All right. That was his purpose. So he was already in purpose. He was already functioning in purpose. Eve came into the picture to help fulfill that purpose. All right. Meaning that, like what I said earlier, a man has no business in marriage if you cannot answer the question of purpose. So I believe that the fundamental definition, the fundamental purpose of marriage is to fulfill God's purpose through man. Is to fulfill God's purpose through man. And I believe that was the essence of Eve coming into the picture. All right. There's more to that, but I'm just going to run through it. A few thoughts here. Marriage is not the end, it's the means to an end. Purpose is the end. The purpose of marriage is the combined purpose of individuals involved in the marriage. Where purpose is unknown, abuse is inevitable. Today, what we're experiencing is the abuse of marriage because the purpose is unknown. The quality of marriage determines the quality of families. The quality of families determines the quality of societies. The quality of societies determine the quality of worlds. The covenant of marriage, I believe, is based on the covenant of purpose. The 5 questions that everyone should ask before they marry. Well, when you're in marriage, you can still ask this, okay? The first question is, who are you? You must ask the question of the identity. Who are you? I don't mean your name. What's the highest definition of yourself? Where are you from? All right? Where am I from? It's a question of source. What's your original source, the source of your spirit? You must answer that clearly. Why am I here? It's a question of purpose. Why are you here? What can you do? It's a question of potential. That don't mean skill. I mean innate ability. What can you do? And then where are you going? It's a question of destiny and destination. Okay, what's your destination here on earth and what's your destiny afterwards? And in terms of also discovering your purpose, I have a concept called the circle of purpose, which is the intersection between the question of death, passion, and impact. If you had a year to die, if you had 6 months to die, what would you do? If you could take a job for the next 10 years without salary, what would that job be? If we are put on the biggest stage to solve a problem in the world, what would that problem be? If the answers to these 3 questions are the same, that is the essence of your existence. That is why you have been called to live. If 2 of these answers are the same thing. If the 3 answers are different, then you and I need to talk, right? And on that note, I will apologize for taking so much time. I will say thank you. Thank you for having me. God bless. Over to the studio, please. Really apologize for taking the time. I lost track of time. How do I stop my slides? Good.
Wow. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Coach Michael. That was incredible. I mean, like, where do I even begin? Principles of purpose. You have said so much in a very short time. I mean, we could just keep going on and on and on. That's my purpose, Coach, right there. I'm just, feeling so excited. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do, what you are doing. Thank you for, making it to this summit and for just pouring out
your expertise and everything that God has created you to be. You've taught us, what else is there about purpose that we need to know? You have said just everything. Purpose precedes creation. That just makes a lot of sense. Purpose, determines design. Purpose gives. This is one of them. Purpose gives. And I believe this is one of those things we make in marriage in particular, because you go there with the intention of what am I going to take? Like what you want to take. But you've made it so clear, like purpose gives. And I believe that if we're following you carefully, what we should be asking most of the time, so far as our marriages are concerned, is what do I give? What can I offer? How can I? What can I? It's about giving. What can we offer? I see Coach Zaki is already there. Thank you so much, Coach, and you're welcome. So we are rounding up with Coach Michael. He's done a great job. We're going to keep digesting what you have released. This is on, and we will go. There's the replay. So if you're watching, you can watch it again over and over and learn. This is a whole school. This is a class, a mastermind, like Zoaki said yesterday. This is more than a conference, though. Zaki?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Purpose Coach. I'll call you a purpose priest soon. Yeah. A purpose priest. And that was absolutely brilliant. I don't think anyone can forget those six points. If you forgot, you definitely have it on Facebook and on YouTube as a reminder. Or at least Facebook keeps those things for a year, I think. So you cannot forget. Go back and learn and relearn. Thank you so much. God richly bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Richly bless you.
Thank you.
So we move on, Coach Delphine. We move on. It felt like we should just stay on purpose.
I know.
But we have such a loaded program, so we have to continue.
Pastor Paul is already in the studio, and you know what?
Okay.
I can't wait for his session. So without much ado, I think we should just dive into this. A lot of people are already waiting. They are eager. They are looking forward to this wonderful session. Yesterday was something else. Today, I call it the day of the latter glory. So wait for it.
Paul Nyamuda is known widely as an expert in leadership, personal mastery, and emotional intelligence. He has a coaching and training business called Corporate Legends, and as an organizational psychologist has researched extensively on the subject of leadership development and personal success. His passion is unlocking greatness in individuals, teams, and organizations. Leadership development, emotional intelligence, and personal mastery have become his passion. Since 2000, his work has focused on executive coaching, team interventions, and leadership development from CEO level to middle management. Blue chip companies, leading banks, NPOs, government departments, churches, and large multinationals have benefited from his distinct brand of humor, intensity, and intellectual insight. Paul has been an associate lecturer at several business schools for many years, where he runs popular management development courses. More recently, he has developed an online video-based learning platform known as courses.paulnyamuda.com that many professionals are benefiting from. The platform contains 35 seminars focused on leadership and personal mastery. Paul has spoken on leadership and related issues in South Africa, Swaziland, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Zambia, DR Congo, Kenya, Nigeria, Egypt, the UK, and the US of A. To date, Paul has authored 55 books on leadership, personal mastery, marriage, and related topics. He has also spoken on national radio and TV on leadership issues. Paul also hosts retreats, marriage breakfast, and saving our marriage on SABC3 and Netflix. Paul is the founder and senior pastor of Go Christian Church in Centurion, Gauteng. He has been preaching since the age of 12 and has been involved in church planting since 2000. He is married to Tracy for almost 22 years and they have 3 boys, Samuel, Jaden, and Daniel.
Hi there. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be back again. I really appreciate it. And I want to commend you for investing in your marriages. And I've been asked to speak on the subject of conflict and conflict handling in marriage. And obviously, that's a very broad topic. But I want to start off by saying to you that some research was carried out amongst some couples who were struggling in their marriage. There were about maybe 100 or so. Half of them ended up getting divorced, and the other 50% stayed on in their marriages. And it was interesting when we examine the common denominator for those who stayed on in their marriages. And guess what it was? They knew how to fight properly. They knew how to fight properly. It is interesting that although they stayed on together, it didn't mean that their issues were better, right? Or not as bad as the people who got divorced. It just meant that they knew how to fight properly. And I often joke and I say, my wife and I don't fight. We just have intense fellowship. Okay. And I've seen this with so many couples. Once they get the tools for how to actually have disagreements, but in a healthy way, it's amazing what ends up happening. So in the time that I've been given, I think it's about 45 minutes, I really want to push through and give you a number of tools that can assist you when it comes to handling conflict. The first thing I want to say is that it's important to understand the source of conflict in your marriage. When it comes to the source of conflict, you see, people fight for various reasons, and I want to give you 4 major reasons first why people fight. The first one is we fight because we have different goals. It's interesting that you're talking about purpose just now. We fight because we've got different goals. And when we have different goals, it's important to actually discuss that. Say, you want this, I want this. Let's see that in relation to the word of God, right? So I want to go to Kenya. You want to go to Uganda. Okay? So we end up fighting because we've got different goals. The other reason why couples fight is methodology, right? Methodology, the how. We both want to go to Kenya. You want to drive, I want to fly. All right? It's important to just understand that, because when the difference is to do with methodology, we can actually talk about it. We can use phrases like, hey, we're actually on the same team here. It's just that we've got different approaches. Because what tends to happen in conflict is it gets escalated when it's polarized. So we act like she's the enemy or he's the enemy. And I always say to people, your spouse is not your enemy, right? There's a devil on the loose and there are marriage destroyers out there. Those are the enemies. In my marriage destroyer card game, I've got about 51 cards that describe different marriage destroyers. And it's important to be able to recognize that your spouse is not your enemy. We don't have to be polarized. So the difference sometimes is just the methodology. Then the third one is we fight because of status issues. Status. And this is quite critical, right? So we don't know the buck stops with who, right? It's hazy. Is this my area or is this your area? Are you now telling me what to do? But I thought I was running with this aspect of the household. You see, when there's role clarity in a marriage, it's amazing what ends up happening, right? It's very easy. I know what my wife runs with. She knows what I run with. But very often we can end up getting into a fight or intense fellowship because of status issues. But I thought I'm the one where this is my baby, but you've just taken over, right? You see it even in the workplace a lot of times. Things run smoothly when you know that your boss is your boss, right? But when you now try to rescue your boss or make their decisions for them, then it becomes a bit of a problem, you know? And that's why I often say to people in the corporate world, your job isn't to make decisions for your boss. Your job is to warn them about the consequences of their decisions. You see, there has to be that clear boundary. And the reality is that, yes, biblically, the man is the head of his household, right? But what does that look like and what does that mean? The fact of the matter is all authority is delegated, and we should not usurp the authority that we've delegated. And the fact of the matter is that there are times when someone is running with something in the household, right? Because they're actually the best suited for that particular thing, right? They've got the most knowledge around it, etc. And there ends up being confusion and a lot of fighting when couples end up competing with each other around certain things. All right. So ask yourself, is there role clarity in our marriage? And is there a lot of conflict that ensues because of status issues? All right. The final one I want to highlight is interpersonal conflict. Interpersonal conflict. We fight not because we're not on the same page concerning goals or even methodology, but we fight because, hey, I don't like the way you're speaking to me. Hey, you're now raising your voice. Hey, you keep interrupting me. And that's why we need to actually have rules of engagement whenever it comes to conflict, which I'll talk about now. But I'm hoping that it's making sense that there are these four major reasons why we fight. Now, there are many others, obviously, but I wanted to highlight those four in particular. Therefore, for marriage to work out effectively, it's important that you sit down as husband and wife and you discuss your rules of engagement. What are rules of engagement when it comes to fighting? So, for example, in my marriage, we've got a number of these, and I'd encourage you to do the same. Come up with your own. You might probably have the same as mine, but you can also add others. One of them would be, when we are having a fight or an argument or time of conflict, no bringing up past issues, right? No bringing up past issues. Secondly, no bringing up unrelated issues. So when someone brings up a past issue or unrelated issue, often it's a red herring. Often it's deflection techniques from the real issue. So you might say to your spouse, I've got an issue with the way in which you keep leaving the lounge in a condition that I don't like. You know, the sofas are squonk, the cushions are all over the place, etc. Let's say you're fighting about that. And then they say, but you're saying I'm disorganized, but I've noticed the way you're also disorganized. I mean, look how I keep bringing up issues with you, like the way you do your spreadsheets and the way you file your things on your computer. They're now talking about a separate issue. Are we now talking about how I put things on my folder, my computer, or are we talking about the condition of our lounge, right? So when someone brings up an unrelated issue or an issue from the past, you can say, it seems like that's an important issue you want to raise. Can we put that in the parking lot, please? In other words, you're not saying we can never talk about this, but what you're saying is this is not the issue we are discussing right now. Otherwise, you begin to fight about the fight and it becomes complicated. Thirdly, a powerful rule of engagement is never walk out on a conversation unless you've agreed that you can. I remember years ago in our marriage, there was a time when we were having intense fellowship, my wife and I, and she said, you know what, I think I just need to go for a run. And she started walking away. And I said, my love, remember our rule of engagement. We're not allowed to walk out on a conversation unless we both agree to take a time out. And because she honors these agreements that we have, she turned back. We finished the conversation and we managed to resolve it. And I think she still then went for a run afterwards, right? So that's another rule of engagement we have. Another one is if we take a time out from a conversation because it's getting too heated, which is a wise thing to do, there must always be a time limit. Otherwise, it often can become a permanent timeout. Okay. So you would typically say, you know what? I think we're making a lot of assumptions in this conversation and we're getting quite emotional. So let's take a break. Let's continue at 2 p.m. Let's take a break. Let's continue at 10 a.m., right? Like a 20-minute break or a 2-hour break. And then you get out of each other's spaces and you're able to actually think through things, right? You know, am I getting too heated? Am I not listening to my wife? You know, and then when you come back, it's a much better conversation as opposed to an emotionally escalated conversation. So that's another powerful rule of engagement to have in conflict. Another one is no raising your voice. Don't raise your voice. And if someone raises their voice, you say, please, can you just speak softly? We're adults here, and I would appreciate it if you don't raise your voice. If the person then continues, you can actually set a strong emotional boundary to actually say, you know what, I've asked you to stop speaking to me like this. I respect myself too much to allow myself to be spoken like this. And if it continues, I'm actually going to leave this room, right? You're able to do that in times of conflict. What I also just want to advise is a powerful rule of engagement is behavioral matching. So if someone is sitting down, to sit down with them, okay? If you're standing up and you're far away from them or a few meters away from them, it becomes easier for you to raise your voice and be quite frantic, right? If you are sitting down with the other person and actually physically holding them or touching them, right? It becomes difficult for you to actually gesticulate in a harsh way that can come across aggressive, okay? Another rule of engagement, no fighting or arguing in front of the children. It's one thing to have an intellectual debate. It's another thing to have a heated argument in front of the children. They feel insecure. It impacts them. Obviously, it depends on the age of the children, but there are a lot of things that are private matters between husband and wife, and often you find couples end up just doing it all in front of the children, okay? We're not hiding the fact that we have disagreements, but at the same time, we don't want to just flaunt everything in front of our kids. And that's quite important. Children sometimes can step in and start taking sides, or they can lose respect for a particular parent where they feel like, oh, okay, I didn't know dad had all these issues. I didn't know mom was like this. Okay, I'd never seen that side of her. Oh, dad is quite dishonoring in his tone of voice to mom, right? The other thing to be sensitive about is that some people are sensitive to tone of voice. Other people are sensitive to choice of words. And you want to pre-decide that there's certain language we don't use when we're fighting, and there's certain terms we don't use when we're fighting. So we don't call each other using derogatory terms when we're having a fight, okay? And sometimes you'll find later on people will say, yeah, I know you said I said that, but remember we were fighting. We must understand the context. We were fighting, okay? But it doesn't matter whether you're fighting or not. We should never use certain words like, that's a stupid thought, or that's rubbish, okay? Because it still stings the other person, whether it was in a fight or not. Another thing to avoid in terms of rules of engagement is use of superlatives. So try to avoid things like, you never take me on a date. You always speak like this, okay? Because you end up having a fight about the fight. Because the other person will say, I never, ever. But remember 3 months ago when I spent all that money sending you to a spa, and then, we went away for that romantic holiday. And you say, I never take you on a date. So you start arguing about regularity. Whenever you give feedback, it needs to be specific, right? So those are some rules of engagement we've got. No slamming doors, no walking out on a conversation, like I said, no using superlatives, etc. And there are a few more, but it's important for you to come up with your own list and then to sign on it, to say these are rules of engagement with regards to conflict, right? Sometimes it's also good to say, you know what, when we've got an issue with each other, let's identify couple X or couple Y, especially if there's a deadlock, and then we can speak to those people. What tends to happen with a lot of couples is they also don't warn each other that, oh, I'm now going to speak to person X. It's good to honor your spouse to say, I just wanted to give you the heads up. I think we've come to a place of a deadlock where we're not seeing eye to eye. So I'm going to actually go ahead and speak to our pastor about this matter. And maybe we can set up a meeting with them or something. Or I'm going to speak to my pastor's wife, if it's the lady, etc. Just warn your spouse so that you don't just suddenly get a phone call from someone, right? And they're taken off guard. Oh, you've already spoken to this person and I didn't have an opportunity to defend myself. Okay. The next thing I want to share with you is to try to help you to come up to a place of understanding what style you have, or I call these miscommunication styles in conflict. So in conflict, you've got the avoider. The avoider refuses to fight. When a conflict arises, he'll leave. He'll fall asleep. He'll pretend to be busy at work, you know. He'll just keep himself from facing the problem head on, tackling it head on, okay? And what happens is this behavior makes it so difficult for the other person to actually express their feelings of anger or hurt because the avoider won't fight back. And being an avoider is actually linked to silent treatment sometimes, okay, or stonewalling. And stonewalling is actually a precursor to divorce. And it's interesting because, and researchers found this, if you look at the research that was carried out by the John Gottman Institute, that's what they discovered, that stonewalling is a precursor to divorce. And many couples deceive themselves, you know, they think, but we never fight, we never raise our voices, but they're living like two ships passing each other by, and they've got so many issues, right? I remember one lady who would call her husband Mr. Carpet. She would call him Mr. Carpet. He was a strong character, but she would call him Mr. Carpet because when it came to conflict in the context of marriage, he wouldn't want to engage directly. He came from a family where there had been a divorce, and a lot of children from families where the parents split up, they end up in a situation where they avoid conflicts because in their minds, right, they've got this idea that, you know what, it will permanently alter the relationship. If we fight, it will permanently alter the relationship. It's actually a perceptual distortion or a cognitive distortion called catastrophizing. It's where you exaggerate the negative consequences of a single act. If I bring this up, she'll leave me, right? And it's a lie we believe from the enemy instead of tackling issues head on. And I want to say to those of you who avoid conflict or you avoid having difficult conversations, often it actually erodes trust. Why? You know, I can say to someone, so did you have the difficult conversation? No, Paul, it was a Friday and I didn't want to affect their weekend. Then come Monday, did you have the conversation? Oh, no, Paul, you know what? I think he's got a presentation coming up. Timing is not right. It's all about timing, Paul. And by the time you share with that person, it's 3 months down the line. And the person is thinking to themselves, so have you been carrying this issue all this time? We've been intimate with each other. Were you thinking about this issue? You know, you laughed at my jokes. You've bought me a birthday present, but you bring it up after 3 months. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to conflict, one of our rules of engagement in our marriage, we don't always stick to it 100%, but it's basically deal with the issue on the same day. Don't bring it up the following day or later on. Don't let the sun go down while you're still carrying this thing, while you're angry, because the anger then becomes resentment, which becomes bitterness. And the Bible tells us that bitterness defiles. So try to address issues sooner than later, close to the event. If you're an avoider, the danger is you sometimes end up bringing up something after 3 weeks and the person has forgotten what they did. And they end up saying, okay, sorry then, okay, sorry, whatever it was then. I don't remember, but whatever. Or they deny it. And it's very difficult now when it's something that happened a few weeks ago. Who was there? How did I say it? But if you tackle it head on soon after the event, it's then powerful. Not necessarily 1 minute afterwards when emotions are high, but sometimes it could just be later on that same afternoon. Be careful of stonewalling. The impact of stonewalling on a woman is different to the impact of stonewalling on a man. So 85% or so of the time, it's a guy doing it to his wife in terms of stonewalling, right? And what happens is the reason a lot of men will stonewall, they'll justify it. They'll say, I don't want to say something I'll regret. I don't want to get angry. I don't want to say something that will be hurtful. So it's safer if I just keep quiet. But you see, this is what takes place. When a woman stonewalls a husband, the husband feels frustrated because he can't have the conversation. But when a husband stonewalls his wife, the wife feels rejected and abandoned. So the impact is massive on a woman stonewalling. Okay. The second one, in terms of miscommunication styles, and try to identify yourself, try to see which one are you in all of this. Okay, is the guilt maker. So instead of saying straight out that he doesn't want or approve of something, the guilt maker tries to change his spouse's behavior by making him feel responsible or her feel responsible for causing the pain. So their favorite line is, okay, don't worry about me, it's fine, you know, and they'll have a big sigh. And it's to try to make the person feel guilty. Guys, that's not a direct way of confronting an issue. One of the things that builds trust is where you say what you mean and mean what you say. It's so important. Say what you mean and mean what you say. It's critical, right? The word for that is candor. Candor. It actually builds trust. In fact, the Franklin Covey organization actually did some work on high trust leadership, and they found 13 behaviors of high trust leaders, and one of them was talk straight. Don't speak in riddles. Okay. There's also the subject changer, and that's the third one I want to highlight. This is the person who's really a type of avoider, right? But they escape the issue or the conversation by deflection tactics or techniques. Okay. And you never have a chance to actually explore the problem or do something about it, right? Because they'll just change the subject. You try to talk about a real issue, they go to something else. You also have the mind reader. This is someone who, instead of allowing you to honestly express your feelings, and instead of them expressing their feelings, they just go into character analysis. I know that the reason you did this and the motive behind what you did was you feel insecure about this and this and this. People don't want to feel like they're being psychoanalyzed, right? Sometimes it's better to actually draw out your spouse. Yes, you know them well, but don't be proud. Draw them out and say, what do you think was the cause of this, right? If you're dealing with a spouse who's not taking ownership, instead of just saying, you're not taking ownership, you're afraid of responsibility, you can't, commit to something. No, those are judgments, and all they'll do is react to that. But what you can do is you can say, do you think you did anything that contributed to this problem? If that person who you are blaming never changes, what can you still do differently, right? There's a way of speaking to them. You also have the withholder. This is someone who basically punishes their spouse by withholding courtesy, withholding affection, withholding good cooking, withholding humor, withholding sex, all right? And as you can imagine, this ends up resulting in greater resentment in the relationship. There are ways in which spouses punish each other, and it's really quite sad. And you can think, but I'm still being a person of integrity, but you're withholding. And the thing is, when we say I do when we get married, marriage is covenantal. It's not a mere contract, right? When I said I do to my wife, I'm making a promise before God that I'm going to give 100% of who I am. A lot of people are very contractual in their marriages. So they're like, he's only giving me 40% today, so I'm going to scale down and only give him 40%. No. There always has to be someone who understands that I am doing this because of a covenant I made with God. I am loving you because I promised to give you 100%, regardless of how you are towards me. Sometimes when I'm coaching couples, I have to end up saying to them, can you see what's happening with you guys? You've lowered your standards. Because you'll hear a wife saying, I only use that language because he does. So the other person becomes your standard instead of the word of God being your standard. You also have the trapper. It's quite a dirty trick, but this is the kind of person who will say things like, let's be totally honest with each other, right? And then when the other person shares their feelings, they get attacked for the particular feelings. I want you to tell me exactly how you're feeling, exactly how you were feeling, or they'll say, I asked you yes or no, just answer yes or no. but sometimes they're gray issues and gray areas that don't have a yes or no answer. So you'll find a trapper acts like, I mean, they'll make a good advocate, right? Or a good lawyer, basically. Then you've got the gunny sacker. And the gunny sacker doesn't respond immediately when he's angry. Instead, he actually puts his resentment into his gunny sack, into his arsenal of weaponry. I know a guy, a leader in one organization, he said, Paul, I keep this black book. And when people mess up, I just note down. And then when they try bring up issues with me later on or bring up this and that, I go to my black book. The Bible says, do not keep a record of wrongs. And many of us, instead of addressing the issue straight away, we like, let me store it up for the next fight. I'll use it as ammunition, right? And then you bring up all your issues when the person tries to attack you. You've also got the trivial tyrannizer, right? Instead of actually honestly sharing their resentments, what they do is they'll do certain things that they know will actually push buttons within their spouse's heart emotionally. For example, I'm going to just leave these dirty dishes in the sink, or I'll clip my fingernails in bed, or I'll burp, or I'll turn the volume up loud. They'll do things to stir with their spouse. Then you've got the joker. This person is actually afraid of conflict. So they just joke around, when their spouse wants to be serious. And I hear this complaint coming up a number of times, right? So you trying to really express yourself at a deep emotional level, but your spouse makes fun of it or cracks a joke about it because literally they can't handle a serious conversation. Sometimes they're actually afraid of intimacy, the emotional intimacy that comes with a serious conversation. Sometimes it's actually a deflection technique that they have. Then you've got the belt liner, and the belt liner is the person who understands that everyone has a psychological belt line, and they literally know you so well. So they'll get even with you by hurting you on purpose. They'll say something. It could be something to do with a physical trait you have or how you look, something you feel insecure about, and then they shoot straight at that. Then you've got the kitchen sink fighter. And this person is actually so named in an argument because he brings up things that are totally off the subject, okay? Everything but the kitchen sink, right? So they'll bring up how their spouse behaved at last year's Christmas event, okay? They'll bring up that unmade bed. So it's those unrelated issues. They'll tend to bring those up. So those are some powerful miscommunication styles that I wanted to share with you. And you can just look at yourself and say, do I do some of these things? And if you do them, then obviously I would encourage you to change with regards to that. Okay. I want to now give you a tool for giving your spouse feedback, just in terms of how to actually do so. And it's a feedback tool that I like using. And I call it SBI cubed, because that's the acronym, SBIII, right? The S is situation. So let me give you an example. If myself and Pastor Delphine are part of a drama group, and she's been pitching up late, but she's one of the founding members, right? And I want to give her feedback on that. If I say to her, I'm concerned about your commitment levels. You don't seem to be that committed anymore, right? Is that feedback? It's not feedback. It's actually a judgment. It's a judgment I'm making. Because if you want to know something is feedback or effective feedback, it has to be behavioral. And how do you know something is behavioral? You can record it with a camera. And the reason why a lot of people become resentful when people give them feedback or so-called feedback, it's because they really feel judged, okay? If you say, I'm concerned about your commitment levels, she will react and she'll say, me, not committed. Committed is my middle name, Paul. Those chairs you guys use, I bought them with my own money 5 years ago. You weren't even part of this group. I funded a lot of these things. Can you see you're now fighting about the fight? You're no longer talking about her pitching up late. You're now talking about other things because you've made a judgment about her commitment levels. And we do that a lot with our spouses. Oh, you know what? You're not a caring husband. Can you record caring in the camera, right? What's the behavior you want to actually talk about? And that's why you can actually coach people who aren't familiar with some of these models, right? If someone makes a judgment towards you, you can actually say to them, instead of reacting, you can say, what does caring look like from your perspective? Well, I'm saying it because you take so long to respond to my WhatsApps. Okay, so is that it? Well, if you want to give me feedback on that, then talk about that behavior because that's something you can record, right? So how long do you expect me to take? You know, what does a caring husband do when he responds to his spouse? How long after she's sent him a message? So can you see it's now something measurable and behavioral? And that's what you would do. And it helps the other person to be behavioral in the feedback that they're giving you. So with SBI cubed, the way you would do it is you start off with the situation. Situation means the standard that you've set, the context, the history around it. So I would say something like, Pastor Delphine, do you remember 3 weeks ago, we agreed that we're shifting our rehearsals from 4 p.m. to 3 p.m. I think it was actually your idea and we all agreed. Do you remember that? Then she would say, yes, yes, yes. So I've anchored it into a context. I'm not just coming and saying, you're late, you're late, you're late. She might not have that context, okay? Then the B in SBI is the behavior, right? I've observed that in the last 3 rehearsals, you've come after 3:30. Now, if there was CCTV camera there, you'd see her coming in 3:33, 3:35, 3:41. It's something that's measurable. It's something that's very behavioral, all right? She can't argue with it. I'm not saying you're lazy. I'm not saying you're not committed. I'm just describing the behavior. And then the first I in SBI is impact. And impact can be on multiple levels. I could say the impact it has on me is I feel really stressed out, especially during the first act, because I rely on you heavily for that. Impact number 2, I'm also concerned about what this is doing to your personal brand because the people around here look up to you. Impact number 3, I'm also a bit concerned about what the younger actors and actresses are going to do. They might follow suit and also start pitching up late. Okay. So those are 3 elements of how it's impacting the situation. Okay. Now, why is it important to mention a number of levels of impact? Because maybe she doesn't care about how it's affecting me at an emotional level, that I'm stressed out, but she cares about what it's doing to her personal brand. So often when you state the impact on the other person, right? The learning lens, the feedback lens, okay? And then the next I, right? The next I is to do with intent. And this is where you involve the other person so they can participate in the feedback process. And you can say to them, I'm curious to know, what's the intention behind this? What's causing this? Why are you doing this? Right? And the person can say, no, what, my husband and I now only using one vehicle. And, you know, he goes and drops off our child at such and such a place first. And he's not really strong in terms of time management. I've told him before he must, you know, fetch me early, etc. But it causes fights. So please understand, Paul. Okay. So can you see what's happening? They're sharing where it's coming from, right? She might say something like, well, you know what? I'm leaving next month anyway. I'm quitting the drama group and I don't want you guys to rely on me heavily. That's why I've been thinking it's okay for me to pitch up late, right? But now I see it's obviously affecting you quite a bit. When you get someone to participate in the feedback process, the power of that is they're now in a space where they feel like we're co-creating this thing together. You're not just coming and preaching at me, right? So that was the second I. And sometimes you can leave it there and it's SBI squared. But it's important to have the third I also, which is improvement. And this is where you have a discussion around what can we do differently. I might say to her, you know what, from now onwards, can you come 10 minutes early, please, so that we can do a dry run? Or we can just have a conversation where we say, so concerning the way forward, what do you suggest we do? Because it's not working right now. Okay. And what's powerful is when you've got a spouse who understands these feedback processes like SBI cubed, for example, because you can then sometimes say, listen, I just need to SBI you on something, right? And that becomes very powerful. And by the way, SBI can also be used positively. So instead of just saying, great sermon you preached, right? For feedback to be effective, the person has to know what they can replicate. So that can be a word of encouragement, it can be a compliment, but it's not effective feedback. With effective feedback, let's say it's a sales situation and you're encouraging your spouse or someone, you would say something like, situation would be, do you remember 2 weeks ago when you managed to secure new business with that difficult client of ours when you were giving that presentation? That's the context, right? The behavior. During your presentation, you asked me if I had anything to add or subtract. In addition to that, I noticed each statement you made, you backed with stats and with research. Okay. Something happened to my camera. Okay. Going back. Right. You backed everything you said with stats and with research. The impact it had on me was I felt really included, and I also learned so much. And I'm wanting to also do my own research. Intent. How do you do such great presentations and talks? You know, where does this come from? Improvement. How can we make sure that we're consistent in delivering at this level so it's not a once-off? And how can we also give your skills and make sure that they're imparted to some of the other team members? Can you see the power of it? So you can use SBI cubed positively. You can also use it in the context of conflict. It's so powerful when you use it positively with your spouse, because we all know when you speak to the treasure in your spouse, they become that. They become that. You know, it's been found that people become how they're seen by leaders who they respect and admire after 5 years of just working together. You know, you get what you appreciate. Someone once said, what you think about and what you thank about is what you eventually bring about. What you think about and what you thank about is what you eventually bring about. When I speak to the treasure in my wife, she becomes more and more of that. Okay. So that's SBI, very powerful tool. I also say to people, it's important to be able to communicate your needs to your spouse. Often in times of conflict, it's actually an opportunity to highlight your needs because there's a need that's not being met, right? And so I say to people, try to catch your spouse when they're doing the right thing. Tell them that they've just done that right thing that meets that need, because it will help them to replicate it. So for example, this is called the needs conversation in marriage. Okay. So I've shown you SBI cubed, which is one of the feedback models. And it's powerful when both spouses know it and you craft your feedback and then you actually present it to your spouse. Powerful. I've got about 5 or 6 feedback models that I teach on, and my wife is familiar with all of them. One of them is called the D4 feedback model. And there was a time I came home, I said something to her, and with the D4 feedback model, you have to establish the facts first. That's just how it works. And there's a time I gave her some feedback on something. I thought it was feedback. And she said, my love, you should have used D4 there because you didn't establish the facts first. Okay. So it's a very powerful tool you can use. But now I want to share with you the needs conversation, because very often we feel our needs aren't being met, but we complain when they're not being met instead of catching our spouse when they're doing the right thing. So for example, I can say to my wife, a need I have in this marriage is to feel admired by my wife. Okay, I've stated the need. My love, when you update your parents about some of my accomplishments and achievements, that need is met. My love, when you ask for my input on important matters, like what you did yesterday concerning such and such, that need is met. My love, when you quote me when you're teaching or preaching, that need is met. See, when you know the art of communicating your need and you catch your spouse when they're doing it, guess what's going to happen? Even if they do it just a little bit, they will start doing it more often because they see the impact it has on you. A lot of fights in marriage are because we don't know how to communicate our needs. So what happens is when you're not communicating your need, you protest. You protest. So a wife will be saying nye, 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 nye to her husband. You're always coming late. You're always doing this. You're doing this, using superlatives like that. She's protesting because she doesn't feel safe in the marriage to communicate her needs. But if she just made herself vulnerable, right? Made herself vulnerable, she can then communicate her needs, right? And by the way, you cannot build emotional intimacy in a relationship without some degree of vulnerability. Now, if she made herself vulnerable, she'll say the real need. honey, I miss you. Honey, I wish we could just have some couch time with each other without the kids, just dreaming, not talking about finances, not talking about admin, not talking about the kids, because that's what divorced couples do. I wish we could just do that. Do you know what will happen? The man is drawn to that because every man needs a beauty to rescue. And I always say to the ladies, but you have to be rescuable, you see. So a lot of issues are resolved when we actually come to a place of being able to communicate our needs instead of protesting. And that's very important in a marriage setup. Now, I want to close by maybe sharing with you guys the concept of inner villagers. Because a lot of times when we are fighting, we're not actually fighting about what we think we're fighting about. We're actually under the influence of inner villagers. And inner villagers, a villager is someone who lives in a village, right? An inner villager, it's the inner voices within us that have been there for many years. So instead of the voice of the good shepherd dominating our hearts and minds, our minds have been besieged by the enemy. And often if they're not renewed, right, and we don't have a sound mind, we've got all these other voices. Could be the voice of the domineering father, the voice of the critical mother. And that actually comes to play in our conflicts. Let me give you an example. My wife comes from a background where her dad was quite a strong, fiery red character. He's since mellowed out a bit, right? So when they're on holiday, he would say, okay, guys, we're climbing this mountain. Come, let's do this, right? And you can't keep him waiting. He's one of those people where if we say to the kids, your grandfather's coming to pick you up at 2:30, they know that, you know what, they need to be ready by 2 because he can come early, right? So one of my wife's emotional triggers is obviously keeping people waiting, right? So I can be chilling in the car and we're not late to go anywhere, but she can think Paul is being impatient now. He wants to go. And conflict can ensue where she's assuming I am, but it's actually an inner villager. I remember there was a time some years ago, we were going somewhere using the same vehicle. She came out of the house apologizing profusely for keeping me waiting because the engine was on now, but we weren't actually late. I said, my love, we're not late. I just had the engine on. Maybe it was winter and I needed the vehicle warm or something. But what is going on? It's an inner villager where her dad was like that, right? There are times a father would say, guys, stop being antisocial. Let's say she's reading a book or something. Stop being antisocial. Let's go do this, you know? So there are times now as a grown woman in our household, 49-year-old woman, she might say, oh, guys, do you mind if I go and read? And I'm like, you don't need our permission. Go and read. Leaders are readers, right? And she might say, no, I just didn't want to be rude. Now, is that coming from me? It's an inner villager, okay? And it's so powerful when you and your spouse are aware of these inner villagers, you see, because there are times she'll say something to me and I'll say to her and I'll react. And she might say, my love, I'm at peace when I'm saying this. It's not even on 100, it's on a 2. But it seems to be pushing a button within you. Are you sure it's not an inner villager? And then you realize, oh, it's actually an inner villager. So there's so many fights where the enemy actually knows that these guys are gonna fight because of these inner villagers. It's so important to distinguish between what someone has just said to you and the voices you're hearing inside. And guys, you've seen it in the workplace, haven't you? You say to someone, hey, you say to a group of people, guys, let's push. It's month end now. We're running behind. Let's push. You're not frustrated. You're not angry. You're just motivating your team. And there's one person who comes to you and says a couple of days later, I know you think I'm lazy, but I just want you to know I'm not lazy. I'm really a hard worker. And you think to yourself, I've never used the word lazy with you before. Where are you getting that from? Then when you ask them more than 2 questions deep, you must always ask people more than 2 questions deep. Guess what? The person then says, you then discover this guy grew up in a family where their father and mother would always say to them, work hard like your sister. Stop being lazy. Can you see what's happening? They had that as an inner villager. Now you, as their boss, you're just motivating the team. But there's an inner mechanism within them that you're actually triggering, where they're already beating up themselves about that particular thing, okay? So the essence of an inner villager is that you say to someone something at 20 decibels, but they're hearing it at 80 decibels, okay? And the conversation just escalates. So I encourage people to do what I call framing. Frame the conversation. If you can see it's escalating, just press pause and just say, are there some assumptions we're making here about this issue? You can press pause and you can say, is it possible that you might be reacting not based on what I'm saying, but on an inner villager? Can we explore that, please? Okay, not as a mind reader, but you're just saying, can we explore it? Because our conversation is now escalated. Okay, that becomes very powerful. Then finally, in closing, I want to just give you the apology conversation. For those of you who are not familiar with it, it's something I like to teach on, because very often when there's conflict, right, we don't like to apologize if we think we were just 5% wrong, but the other person was 50% wrong, right? We don't like to apologize. We want to wait for them. But before I got married, I was told something in premarital counseling, 2 important words in marriage: I love you and I'm sorry. But one of the things I learned subsequently is I'm sorry is not an apology. It's just part of an apology. So I'm going to close by giving you an acronym. It's called AIR, right? And the reason it's called AIR, it's A-I, and then there are 4 R's. And it's easy to remember because of that. When you're truly crafting an apology, the A is admission of wrongdoing. I was the one who took your vehicle without asking. That's what you actually did. And you know, some people actually like it when you admit you're wrong and you call it what it is. You know, instead of saying, I was the one who took your chocolate, they want to know it's not just taking, Paul, it's stealing, because you took something that was not yours and you didn't have the permission, right? So it's admission of wrongdoing. Then afterwards, the I is impact on the other person. Oh, I'm sure it put you out and you couldn't run your errands. I'm sure you were quite worried. You wondered, has one of the kids taken the vehicle when they weren't allowed to? Okay. The first R is remorse. I'm really sorry for doing it. I don't know what I was thinking. I feel terrible about it. Okay. The second R is restitution. This is what I've done to make up for it. I filled your tank. I saw that you were empty, and I've now given you a full tank. Okay. I see that your vehicle is actually out of warranty. Next time it gets serviced, it'll be on me. You know, something like that. Then the third R is, so we've covered restitution. The third R is reconciliation, right? You can't demand forgiveness, but you can appeal to the other person. Can you find it in your heart to please forgive me? Are we good? Are we cool? See, a lot of people, they don't truly apologize. They just want the reconciliation. So they feel guilty about what they did. And then they say, let's go for movies. Let's do this. But the other person is still holding this thing, but you haven't acknowledged what you've done. Okay. So that's reconciliation. You appeal to the other person and you give them an opportunity to actually let go. And then the fourth R is a request you make, right? So let's say this scenario happened at work. You might say, is it possible for us to have pool cars here? Because not all of us have vehicles and we really want to service our clients, right? Or please, can you not give me a verbal warning around this or a written warning around this? I'm really sorry and I'm changing my ways. In a marriage situation, it could be, you know what? I'm just thinking we might carry on fighting if we have this conversation alone. Is it possible for us to only discuss this further when we're in the coaching session with Paul? Otherwise, we might end up fighting. You know what? This is an area of weakness of mine. Can you please pray for me? Right? So that's so important when it comes to apologizing. Very powerful, the apology conversation. It's called AIR. And that's a proper biblical apology, by the way. Let me end there. I've run out of time, but I'm sure you've got some nuggets that you can use. Thank you. It's been such a privilege connecting with you. Hopefully next time I'll be physically with you in Cameroon, in your wonderful nation. I learned a lot, by the way, about prayer from a Cameroonian man, and I've got lots of his books, Zacharias Tani for Mama. ZT for Mom. The Way of Victorious Praying, Waiting on the Lord in Prayer. I've got all his books, or a lot of his books. The Ministry of Praise and Thanksgiving. ZT for Mom. Radical guy. The Practice of Intercession.
Wow.
In my library. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Let me do like Zwaki. Wow. Thank you so much, Pastor Paul. It's amazing. You have Professor Zach Formum's books.
From way back.
Oh, wow.
From way
Wow.
back.
That's amazing. It's amazing. Well, thank you for just debunking this so much well of knowledge to us this evening. I believe that we are living from here. We're not even going to have conflict again, because if you have this kind of knowledge, there's no way you will. I mean, like, you will just be flying with your wings. There will be no conflict because you know how to just go about everything. Thank you so much, Pastor Paul. It's a lot. This is a whole university. I want to say that the relationship summit. I think, Zwaki, what do you think? We'll start calling it the University of the Relationship Summit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, we are debunking conflict here. We have taken away what's that? Inner villagers have been slaughtered. Like, we are at another level. Like, I love
The
what you
inner
said
villager.
yesterday.
I was just laughing with
inner
that one.
villager
I'm
is
like, oh,
gone.
wow. So we have to learn
Like
how
the
to deal with
recyc-
our inner villagers, right? That's one I'm going
Yeah,
home with. The inner
the
villager. I just love
residing
that
villagers.
one.
I'm telling you.
Well, thank you so much, Pastor
There's
Paul. I know that.
There's so many good words. So many
Yeah,
good words. I don't
a
even know where
lot.
to start.
A lot. The
God bless you.
acronyms, in
Thank
short,
you.
reasons for the fight. When you start understanding the reasons, then you realize that you don't even need to fight. Why am I fighting? When you ask yourself a question, you're like, but why? Because the why is that very big and important question, just like Coach Anthony was talking about. The why is so key to everything. Why you fight? Why are we, if we can always pause and ask this question, I believe it's going to, help us handle conflicts with ease.
Absolutely.
So much, Pastor Paul.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We are so blessed to have you.
Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much for blessing us. You are the blessing.
God bless you.
Wow. Wow. We move on. I'm like, I don't know how to move on, but we move on. We have so much to cover and so little time. So let's move on. Our third speaker, oh my goodness, before he's even introduced, the topic is the man's role in nurturing a lasting marriage. Hey, and that man is no other than your host, sweetheart, honey pie, sugar
my own
in her
very,
tea.
very sweetheart. This man has been behind everything. He almost, when network started disturbing, he was about to give everyone a whoop here. The technicians, everybody was on fire from him. So I really want to thank God for the man God has given me. In fact, a husband to the third power. I love you, honey.
Yes. Sir.
Rogers Fogwe is a University of Yaoundé graduate with additional certifications from Harvard, McCombs and Yale University. He spent 19 years contributing significantly to the expansion of Cambridge University Press in Africa before resigning in 2018 to focus on his businesses. Since then, Mr. Fogwe has successfully managed multiple entrepreneurial ventures across various sectors, including publishing, distribution, audiovisual, management consultancy, engineering, and logistics and transport. Through these ventures, he has created over 100 jobs for young Cameroonians. NMI Education, Mr. Fogwe's primary business, is a key player in the textbook publishing industry across the CEMAC sub-region, with operations extending to Senegal, Gabon, Chad, Guinea-Conakry, and Rwanda. Alongside his business endeavors, Mr. Fogwe founded the Dream Foundation, a non-profit organization focused on capacity building, mentorship, and promoting ethical values based on Christian principles. He also served as a gospel minister. Fogwe's dedication to nation building has earned him prestigious accolades, including being named a Knight in 2017 and an officer in 2023 of the National Orders of Cameroon. These honors reflect his commitment to economic empowerment and ethical leadership. Rogers Fogwe is married to Delphine and they have 2 brilliant daughters.
Should I take over? Am I in the studio? Hello?
Hey, you are right in the studio, my love.
Thank you very much. Just to be sure.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
And thank you.
Looks great looking. You seeing the both of us on screen. I want to greet everybody and say a big thank you to the organizers. Organizers around my beautiful wife, the wife of my youth, the one that is beautiful, the inside and the outside. And thank you for this wonderful thing you're doing, and to also thank all the speakers, those of yesterday spoken before us, and those of today. And it's a wonderful opportunity to speak to many people on this platform. I hope that by the time this conference is over, many people who have attended this conference would have learned 1 or 2 things that would improve their lives and their marriages. These kind of opportunities are rare, but when they come, we want to jump on them and make good use of them. It's a moment where we bring our knowledges from different backgrounds, we bring our experiences, and we bring our inspirations to building people and making our lives, improving our lives, and making the world a better place. So thank you very much, my beautiful wife. Thank you, servant of God, Reverend Mrs. Fogwe, for giving us this opportunity to contribute to improving lives of couples, bringing coaching to young ones who are yet to get into marriage, and by so doing, make the world a better place. God bless you. As God blesses you, I'm a benefactor. I'm happy to be part of your life. So you asked me to speak on the role of the man in nurturing the marriage. I want to keep it short and very practical, and so that I don't take so much time from the next speaker. And so I will not attempt to be prescriptive. You know what it means, prescriptive? Not to say, do this, don't do that, or do like this. Honestly, I say so for several reasons. Number one is that the cases in life are different. The contexts are different. Cameroon is different from Nigeria. Cultures are different. Europe is different from South Africa. So if you bring a prescription that works in your context, it may not work somewhere else. And somebody may try and wonder why it's not working. So cases are different, contexts are different, and people differ as well. Different things excite different people. So I may bring onto the table here to talk about what maybe impresses my wife, but that's not what impresses somebody's wife. So what am I going to be trying to do? I'll be trying to speak around 3 points that the Holy Spirit laid in my heart. So 3 points around which, while I speak, I'm hoping that it will be an eye-opener to someone to say, aha, oh, now I see. So this is what was going wrong. This is where I was not getting it right. In that way, it will be shared experience, and I'm hoping that it will do better in calling people's attention, men's attention to their role. So on that, point number one, is inspired from Proverbs 16, verse 9, which says, "In his heart a man plans his course, but the Lord determines his steps." Permit me to say, and the Lord determines his steps. From this, I want to say that you cannot handle what you didn't plan for. And this is best understood sometimes with growth, because marriage is a young man growing into a man, boy growing into a man, an adolescent growing to maturity. Growth, for instance, in the area of money, you say when you're going to hear in Cameroon, they say money means road. That is when money has surprised somebody who was not expecting it, and they find it difficult to handle. But if you plan to handle 1 billion, then you know what to do when 1 billion comes to you, or when you get access to 1 billion. So many people don't plan the things they want to do, and so they find it difficult to handle them. Use handle, manage, or nurture. Why am I saying this about marriage? I am inspired to say this from observation and from experience, that many people grew from their familiarity into marriage, and they confused familiarity with compatibility. That's why it will always be, oh, my wife and I were friends from secondary school, or we were friends from primary school through secondary school, and then we met again in university. In fact, yeah, so you were friends, but friendship doesn't necessarily mean that you're compatible for marriage. So people just grow from their familiarity into a very powerful thing like marriage, and thereby confusing intentionality and compatibility for destiny. Because you're walking a path of destiny, and you're supposed to be intentional from the conception of your journey. And for that, with that intentionality, there should be some compatibility. There must be compatibility about who you want to go along that journey with. Now, people talk a lot about how they met their wives, to the point that at some point I started feeling as if I met my wife the wrong way. So it was like, oh, we're not friends, we're not classmates, not in primary school, not in secondary school, not in university. We're not we're not village mates or whatever. And someday God brought us together. How? My eyes fell on her as I was driving past, and I stopped and gave her a lift. And the next moment, we became friends. And a few months later, we were seriously getting engaged. And our engagement was not as long as some people would take for 3, 4, 5 years and end up getting married and divorcing after 2 years. You see what I mean? About familiarity that doesn't have compatibility. So, how did I plan to get before getting married? I had grown up, to tell you my story, I had grown up not knowing my father. Not that my father was illegitimate, but he was absent because probably he was traveling doing business when I was born. And by the time he died, I was still young, so I didn't know him. Then I grew in different homes of different people and had different experiences of marriages. The one in which I grew for a very long time was not a marriage that gave me anything to take home. Like, I'd like to be like this. So this man talking today about how to nurture marriages was not interested in getting married before in the first place, because of the experience and the observations he had. But as I almost call it in quotes, a homeless boy going from one family to the other, that was kind and helpful, I discovered that, oh, people could be different, marriages could be different. Some were nice and good and admirable. And so I started giving the thought of getting married. And I started planning, okay, why do I want to get married? When should I get married? And one of the reasons I wanted to get married was I wanted to practice responsibility. Because with my first job out of school, I was earning 25,000 francs CFA. That's I don't know what it is in which currencies now, but let me not attempt to do that. It's probably like $50 if you want, or $45. And you cannot be everywhere, giving drinks to girl A, B, C, You want to have someone you want to practice, have to be responsible over. And so my intention was accompanied with a responsibility, a mindset of responsibility. Number two was I've got to make my kids early and take care of them before I get old. And one of the exciting thing about it was I want to have my first child as my friend when I'm 50. So they've grown enough to be a friend to an elderly man if you want. And so to get that happening, you have to marry early. So you see, when you have these plans, then when it happens, the marriage, you get into marriage, you know exactly what plans you had when you get into marriage, and that's what you are then managing because you worked for, you planned for it. And that's what I want to talk about on that point. So when many people just got into familiarity and then moved on together and they called it marriage, and then they begin to realize, oh, there's incompatibility here, or we can carry along. When I say this, the pieces of this person and all of that. So it becomes a very hot pot to deal with. But now, I don't know how many people following this conference believe in God, but it's never too late. When God shows up, He can always fix it. So I'm not saying that if you do not plan for it and you're getting trouble in marriage or you're getting trouble to manage your own, it means it's over for you. God is a fixer. By the way, it's His institution, so He can fix it for you if you go to Him with it. That's number one. Point number two is from Genesis, the popular verse that we know in Genesis 2 verse 18. And the Bible says, God said, it is not good for the man to be alone. I will make him a helper suitable for him. And a suitable helper for him, depends how your Bible puts it. And so, what I want to say about that is you cannot manage what you don't know. The first one, you cannot handle what you didn't plan for. So it surprises you. And you start thinking, oh, like the first one, oh, is this the woman I married? You know, some people get surprised, oh, is this the man I married? So the second one is that God said it's not good for the man to be alone. And let me make him a helper that's suitable for him. Now, if you don't know that a woman, your wife, is your help, then you cannot manage or nurture that marriage well. Because, come to think of it, really, who destroys his help? Who knocks down his own help? It's like taking a gun and shooting yourself in the leg and not being able to walk and wondering why you're not able to walk. And you know, some of this may not be said, but what is true is that when many men batter their wives with words, with actions, attitudes, and at the same time they expect their wife to help them. But that's because they don't realize that this person, you need to help them to be a better help for yourself. It's only out of ignorance, that someone will not know that you don't destroy your help. We hear, how lots of stories how people destroy their own destiny helpers. That's become a common word, right? Destiny helpers, because God positions people to be help to other people. Someone is growing your family. He's the one God has designated, designed, empowered to be help for the rest of the people. But you batter him so much that he's not able to help because you weakened your own help. So I'm saying here that if you don't understand those things, you cannot manage or nurture your marriage. So if you don't know, you don't remember that your wife is supposed to be your help, then you need to have it in mind all the times that you don't kill your own help. That's if you cannot kill your own help, what do? You nurture it so that it becomes better help. Number 3 point I want to say here is you cannot perform a role you do not understand. The first one was you cannot handle what you do not plan for. It will surprise you. You'll be confused, overwhelmed. Number 2 is you cannot manage what you do not know. If you don't know marriage is the context where God has given you a help so you're not alone in whatever you're carrying out. Then you destroy your health, then you're not nurturing your home. And number three is you cannot perform in a role you do not understand. Um, I understand this very well because as an entrepreneur, an employer of people, I've seen people, um, sending applications for jobs, come for interviews, promised how committed they will be and how hard they will work. And once they're given the job, a job description is given to them. This is what you will do, this is what is expected of you. And before too long, they've taken the job description, they put in their drawer, and they've forgotten. And they start working in their own way. And they're surprised when they are underperforming and are being queried. That's exactly what I want to talk about on this topic of nurturing your marriage. In Ephesians 5, God provides details of the role of a man in the marriage. I've just broken them down into 4 quick points as job description for the husband. Number 1, you are the head of the wife. That's what God says in Ephesians 5. You're the head of the wife, just like Christ is the head of the church. What does the head do? The head thinks, the head gives direction, the head leads, the head conceives. So you are the visionary, you're the one, you're the torchbearer. You're what? You are the director of that marriage. So are you a good head? I've always had to say this somewhere. Be a good head if you're not a good head. Be a good head. And number 2, it says love your wife. This love thing, many have not understood. It's a duty, it's a responsibility. I am not talking about romance here. I'm not sure I know romance enough to talk about romance. My romance is in doing, it's in being responsible. Responsibility is my own romance. That's what I understand. Remember, I told you that was my plan, to be responsible, to finding out how to be responsible by a woman. So responsibility is the romance I know how to play. So when you say love your wife, it's, to me, it's give. Because when you love, you give, right? Love is about giving. Love is about caring for. Love is about fixing, assisting, doing all the nice things that you know that if someone did to you, it will be good, you will feel good about. That to me is love. It's caring, kindness, attention. All that responsibility that you want to do as a man is to prove that you love your wife. You cannot say I love you and then you are a totally irresponsible man. Women don't eat. Well, I don't know. I'm not a woman, but sometimes some women, I hear women like words, so they eat words. But I think that if you give them words of love, and you're irresponsible, I'm not sure that you're nurturing your marriage in that way. So love your wife. Number 3, you say give yourself for her. In other words, like Christ gave himself to the church. In other words, sacrifice for her. I think it will not be difficult to sacrifice to make sure that your help is strong enough to help you. So sacrifice cannot be that hard. If you know that it's actually in the end, it's going to benefit you. Whatever it takes to sacrifice to make your wife happy, to make your home good enough, to empower you, to give you help, you need to do it because you're doing it for yourself anyway. That's why it says that, love, it goes on to say that love your wife as yourself. Just as Christ loved the church. All right? So give yourself for her. So sacrifice for her. Number 4, it says that, I put it in my words, it says, fix her for yourself. Because it says, Christ took the church and worked on the church, and made the church blameless, and brought the church back to him brilliant and without blame. So instead of spending time blaming your own wife all the time, fix her so that you don't see things with them about her, so that you give her back to yourself without blame. Make your wife be the person you want to be. You cannot be beating somebody to become something and you're not contributing to making them be that. All right. So Those are the 3 points I wanted to talk to us about. Just to conclude in saying that the role of the man is being the leader. A leader is a torchbearer. A leader is a visionary. The leader is like Christ is to the church. What do you want for marriage? What do you want? Where do you want to take your family to? Do you have something, a project for your family? Because it is in that project that you all find things to work together. And we are working together and collaborating in whatever vision you have put on the table as the man, as a husband, then you will find you bonding and creating rapports around that and nurturing your marriage. Because you remember, as a man, you are a father and you're a husband, and you should, your wife, you should be able to provide the vision for the family as a whole, and then knowing that everyone in the family has got a destiny, and you figure out, prayerfully figure out, conversationally figure out with every member of the family what their destiny may be, what their vision may be, so you can reshape it and be part of it and direct it. Because the wife is not doing the same thing like the children, and all the children are not doing the same thing. So you have to be that leader, that director, that manager that can bring everyone together and for the pursuit of their individual destinies, but for the common good of the family. If you're doing that, then you're nurturing your family. So I want to conclude by saying this. Number one, when they say Christ or fix your marriage, when I say fix your marriage like Christ took care of the church, what am I saying? You're doing it for yourself, you're doing it for your children, you're making them be what you want them to be, so you can be proud of them. So you do whatever it takes. So you see, I'm not prescribing you that do this so that you nurture your marriage. Bring soya in the evening so you nurture your marriage. I'm saying be responsible. If you had a plan for your marriage, then you should have known what you wanted to do with the marriage. If you know that in marriage, your wife is your help, then you know what to do with the help of your life, so that they're capable of helping you enough. And if you know your role as a head, you should be a good head and lead well. Now, the job description for the head is prescribed in Ephesians 5. And in that job description, there's a lot more that for you to build up and be strong and performant in your role of nurturing your marriage, you've got to have the Word of God at the center of your marriage, at the center of your family. Because it will teach you how to treat your wife, it will teach you how to treat your children, it will teach you how to treat people as a whole. Every man is either a father, or we are a father, of course, you're a husband, and a son-in-law. So in marriage, you have 3 major roles to nurture. You're nurturing your role as a husband, as a father, and as a son-in-law. And you can imagine how your wife will be feeling about how you treat her family. That's the role of the son-in-law. I was talking somewhere at a conference, still on something about men and family, and I broke down the man's role to departments of the company, and one of them was the department of in-law management. Your wife would definitely be excited to see that you're treating her parents, her siblings well. And in the summary of all of that, everybody likes to see a good person that's good nature. So point B in that conclusion is be what I have called be the tree of the fruit of the Spirit. If I'm speaking to hopefully people who understand the Bible, if they don't, you go to the Bible, because I've realized that is the key for you as a man particularly to nurture your marriage. Because marriage is of God. How do you nurture it if you don't know the rules that God has prescribed? They're in the Word of God. All right? So fruit of the Spirit are you show kindness, love, tolerance, empathy. Not only to your family but to people that you meet. I know that if someone came to my wife saying, "Well, I met your husband and he did this to me, which was very helpful. That was very kind of him." Of course, she will feel good. And you come home, she's feeling proud that have got a mind that is relevant, is affecting the lives of people. And we are children also see how you're kind to people. They not only learn kindness, but they learn to appreciate and love you for being such a kind person. And in that way, your home is just full of love and peace and I want to say prosperity, of course, not why should I not? And not to say that there's any home without tribulations, but in that same home that is functioning around God, that the leader, the head, is rallying people around the principles that keep the marriage and keep the family together, that same home can only prosper. So on this, I want to say thank you for the opportunity, and I hope that I've said something that has been like a wake-up call to someone who has missed his role, who might have taken his job description and put in his drawer and forgotten how he's supposed to be playing his role as a man in the marriage to nurture his marriage. So thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Woo! Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much, sir.
Indeed. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
Zaki, it's good to see you. At least I saved my time, so I can have 5 minutes of chatting and say hello to you again. It's good to see you in Cameroon. And thank you for standing by your sister and keeping this thing going. I appreciate that.
We thank God. It's a privilege. It's a privilege and an honor. Thank you so much for those 3 things. Brief, succinct, to the point, but very powerful. I love it. Plan, manage, and understand.
Yeah.
That's the summary of the thing. Wow.
Yeah, because if you don't understand, how can you nurture? If you don't know what it takes to do farming, or gardening.
Right.
So what do? You need to understand it first, so you can play the role well.
Absolutely.
And for many are in need
Absolutely.
without the understanding of it, without making a plan for it. It seems to have surprised them. They don't know it, and they just get confused around. So I thought that if I structure in that way, it will be helpful for people to play back. You can play back to where you're coming from, and then seek redress. And then well, you call it redress in English, or you call it restoration in spiritual language.
Both of them. Can mean
Thank
the same
you.
thing.
And I like something you said. You said God is a fixer. He can fix things for you. In case you went in without planning, now that you are inside, you have a fixer. That's hopeful. We can hope for the best, however, and work towards that.
And
Thank you so much.
I love this quote you said. What's this? Don't confuse familiarity with compatibility. I'm like,
oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
That kind of thing where it's like we were in school together or we grew up together. That doesn't make you compatible. That's just familiarity. And then you get into marriage and you start to why you're not compatible. Intentionality is what will make the difference between compatibility and familiarity. Because once you put the intention to it, you start figuring how it should be, and then you realize, it's not about this, but it's about being compatible to carry on together.
Absolutely. Sure. Yeah,
her for yourself.
Yes.
I remember there's a book I have in my shelf which says, "Do yourself a favor, love your wife." It's like loving your wife is for you. Know what I mean? You're fixing her for you. You're loving her for you, because everything you give her, trust me, she's going to multiply it and give it back to you, double push.
Absolutely. Let me just say this before you let me go. The thing is, I'm happy that I tried to stay within the topic you gave me, because many people, when they want to do what I'm trying to say they should do, they're trying to figure out what the woman should be doing. That's not your role to figure out what the woman should be doing. God also prescribed what the woman should be doing, so that the woman figure that out. You just provide the vision and lead your help to help you to the vision, and everybody will be fine. But once you start comparing, like, I'm doing my role, are you doing your own? God is judging everybody with their own role. It's giving them anyway. So just do yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is Mrs. Delphine Fogre's sweetheart. The Apostle Fogre himself.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Wow. You see, you marriage compatible, or you don't marry in a familia. Well done,
I'm
girl.
telling you, eh, it's not familiar. Oh.
It's not familiar at all. It's not familiar at all. Whew, I'm telling you. Well, we move from glory to glory. We're
To
getting
glory.
better. Precept upon precept, rule upon rule. Yeah, little there, little. God is building us all up. I think our next speaker is Dr. Joyce Akwe, your own very sister. Yeah?
Joyce is already in the studio anywhere, and she's
Absolutely.
going to be talking on what's her
Yes,
topic?
nurturing your health for
Nurturing
a stronger marriage.
your health for stronger marriage. Yes, and that is
There
very
we
key. You know,
go.
sometimes we may ignore things like this, not knowing that when there's a problem with your health, it it hampers your marriage seriously, like for real. And so the awareness of what to do to keep healthy or to maintain your health is very key to a strong marriage, to a successful marriage. It starts by you managing.
Absolutely.
In fact, there's no marriage if there is no life, if there's no you, if there's no health,
Absolutely.
there's no marriage. You can't talk about
Absolutely.
marriage.
Absolutely. I was telling a couple in South Africa a few months ago, and I said the reason you take care of your husband's health is not because you cannot do without him. It's because if you don't, it will lead you to sin and suffering. Sin and suffering is what you await. Consequences. I love what Pastor Paul says. Sin will embarrass you if you don't embarrass it. So if you don't take care of your health and your husband's health, it would lead you to sin and suffering. So you better take care of your own health and take care of your husband's health. Wisdom is profitable to direct.
We are so looking forward to Dr. Joyce Akwe, and that's my own very sister, my biological sister, joining all the way from Atlanta, Georgia. Let's get her bio.
Dr. Joyce Akwe is an internal medicine physician with a passion for empowering those living with chronic illness. Born with a chronic condition herself, Dr. Akwe's experience has fueled her unwavering determination to help others thrive despite similar challenges. After graduating from medical school in Italy, Dr. Akwe went on to earn a master's in public health from the University of Manchester in the UK. She then completed her internal medicine residency in the United States, further honing her clinical expertise. Dr. Akwe's diverse background also includes valuable experience working with the World Health Organization and earning a fellowship with the American College of Physicians. Today, Dr. Akwe is a multifaceted leader in the medical field. As a professor of medicine at a top-ranked university, she shares her extensive knowledge with the next generation of healthcare providers. She is also recognized for her exceptional leadership within a hospital setting. Dr. Akwe is a Maxwell certified coach, empowering patients, medical students, and residents to find their voice and path. An inspiring speaker and mentor, Dr. Akwe has published over 60 articles and abstracts contributing to the global body of medical knowledge. She has been featured in the prestigious Marquis Who's Who biographical series and has received numerous national awards in recognition of her leadership, mentorship, patient care, and service. Driven by her personal journey and professional expertise, Dr. Akwe is the founder of Flourishing Health, a platform dedicated to providing daily medical and mindset tips for those living with chronic illness. Her unwavering commitment to the well-being of her patients is a cornerstone of her work. You can connect with Dr. Joyce Akwe on Instagram or TikTok at Dr. Joyce Akwe and Facebook at Dr. Joyce to learn more about her inspiring story and groundbreaking initiatives.
Okay. Looking forward to Dr. Joyce.
I always love to listen to her talk. She makes healthcare sound so.
I know.
She makes me feel like I'm a doctor myself.
You know, she can break this thing down.
Oh,
She
I'm
makes it
telling you, Mo,
easy.
it's always it's
And she's
refreshing.
so
It's
passionate.
refreshing to story.
Yeah.
She's living on
She
her purpose. That's what we hear, right? Purpose, purpose. When you live in purpose, you give.
exactly.
She's
She's right
living
here in the
purpose.
studio. Dr. Joyce, can you put on your camera and join us so we can bring you up? She's been in the studio ever since. Wow. So while waiting for Dr. Joyce, I
What
want
a
us to
day.
just be enjoying some of
What
the
a,
things that we heard a couple of hours back.
I'm telling you, what a rich
Michael
summit. Thank you
Anthony,
so much. Thank you,
yes.
host Delphine Fogwe. You put
Thank
together
you too.
a
Wow.
powerful
I know.
program.
Yeah. We
We've
thank
heard
God.
so much. If we want to go back from Coach, our purpose priest Michael Anthony, to
Yes.
Pastor Paul Nyamuda, to our very own Apostle Roger Fogwe, there's been such a beautiful, seamless flow of nuggets.
You know,
You know,
Dr. Paul said something which I so enjoyed. He said, your spouse is not your enemy.
so,
That's so powerful. And time and again, when you get into a fight, it's as if, oh, this is an enemy. And with
that's
that
right.
mindset, a lot is resolved. Your spouse is not your enemy.
At
That's one
all, yeah.
key thing I'm going home with. And I believe that our viewers are getting all of these powerful
That's
nuggets
right.
to go back and start applying and taking action.
It's so simple yet so profound. You know, that you shift. You know, years ago I was praying and I was getting almost angry, agitated with the Lord. And the Lord told me, same thing in prayers, you're facing the wrong enemy. And I was like, Lord, like, I am not your enemy.
That's
If the
right.
Lord could tell me that he's not my enemy, how much more for our spouses? Same thing. Sometimes we face the wrong enemy.
You
Our
face the
spouse is
wrong.
not.
You can say
Absolutely.
that again. Facing the wrong enemy. That's
Ab-
that's very key, you know.
That's
And then he
it's so
says
powerful.
your role clarity. Sometimes when you know the clarity of your role, there is no fight. That's what I said.
Yeah.
After you finish speaking, I said, you know what? I don't even know where this conflict is going to come. How is it going to pass? Because when you understand some things, I'm telling you, oh, your conflicts become like a normal test that you have to pass and go to the next level. You don't not
Absolutely.
see like, oh, this is a battle, let me fight, you know. And he was just
Absolutely.
breaking down, whew, what do you
I
need
mean,
to know about conflict?
can you imagine we fight about we fight about how to fight methodology. I was
Method,
listening to it.
you can say that again. Methodology.
I was listening to it and thinking, oh my goodness, that's so true. Like we fight about how to fight. Yeah. I
Oh
think
my,
deliverance has come to many today. And
deliverance
me,
has come indeed.
I'm one of them. Deliverance has come indeed.
Deliverance indeed. You know, he talked on when spoke about feedback. You know, most of the time, and he said he made a difference between judgment and feedback. The way we approach this matter, you just go judging straight to the point. I mean, like this is God have mercy.
And
You
then
start by God have mercy.
I don't know about you. What about the superlatives? Oh my goodness. Like, oh no, you never do this. You just never.
Michael, you never,
Oh,
you never, you're always,
you always.
you're always, you never. Oh my God. Just say your need. You know, this issue of communicating your need is very powerful. It's very key. Just do you know what? I always miss you. Just say I miss you. Do you know? I would really love to spend more time with you. It's not like you're never there. You're never there. You know, that's already a problematic you're creating, you're causing there. You
Oh,
know.
wow. Wow. No, the Lord is really delivering. This is how strongholds are broken down, right?
Oh
This is how
yes.
you this is how you cast down imagination, that you break strongholds. You take thoughts captive. Imagine, what was that? Your inner village. Your inner village has just been taken
Oh,
captive.
did you say that again? I was just like,
I'm
we have
telling
to
you.
deal with that inner village. This thing, like he was giving the example of his father-in-law as the mother of the wife. And I remember my own father is almost like that was a description of my dad. So that inner village is there. It's as if something terrible is about to happen because you are not meeting up with time, because you're not doing it the way he said at the time he said you were to do it. So when like our own is in the morning till today, I'm telling you, the inner villager is at work in the morning very early. When you hear my father's footsteps towards your bedroom, that's how we skip out of bed, because he comes to you like, what are you still doing on your bed? So that,
Oh,
that inner villager is still there till now. So 5 a.m. is like, I'm still sleeping. Am I okay? Because that inner villager keeps speaking to me. I just love the name that he gave me. I'm like, I'm going to silence
oh
some
my
inner villagers.
goodness.
Can they be good inner villagers?
Can they really be good inner villagers? I'm, I'm sure inner village can have some good traits to it, but ultimately I'm sure it can work for good just like it can work for evil, right? But I think
Yeah,
the emphasis was about knowing them so that you can
knowing.
do something about them. Yeah. Because like he gave the example where his wife wants to go read and says, please excuse me, I would like to go read a bit, and says, I don't want to be rude. He's like, rude. How is being how is going
I
to
don't
read
know.
being rude? You know? Inner villager. I tell you. I
So
mean,
let
like
me
we all
see
have
what
them.
is happening to Dr. Joy. She's here in the studio, but she needs to turn on her camera. What's going on, Ando? I hope she's supposed to turn on her camera. Dr. Joyce, can you hear me? Can you turn on your
Let's
camera?
see if you
Because I
can
see you.
hear
You
us.
are right in the studio, but your camera needs to be on so that you can join us.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Please, for those watching us, if you are still here, thank you so much. I hope you are truly enjoying this. This
Dr.
was
Joyce Akwe is an internal medicine physician with a passion for empowering those living with chronic illness. Born with a chronic condition herself, Dr. Akwe's experience has fueled her unwavering determination to help others thrive despite similar challenges. After graduating from medical school in Italy, Dr. Akwe went on to earn a master's in public health from the University of Manchester in the UK. She then completed her internal medicine residency in the United States, further honing her clinical expertise. Dr. Akwe's diverse background also includes valuable experience working with the World Health Organization and earning a fellowship with the American College of Physicians. Today, Dr. Akwe is a multifaceted leader in the medical field. As a professor of medicine at a top-ranked university, she shares her extensive knowledge with the next generation of healthcare providers. She is also recognized for her exceptional leadership within a hospital setting. Dr. Akwe is a Maxwell certified coach, empowering patients, medical students, and residents to find their voice and path. An inspiring speaker and mentor, Dr. Akwe has published over 60 articles and abstracts contributing to the global body of medical knowledge. She has been featured in the prestigious Marquis Who's Who biographical series and has received numerous national awards in recognition of her leadership, mentorship, patient care, and service. Driven by her personal journey and professional expertise, Dr. Akwe is the founder of Flourishing Health, a platform dedicated to providing daily medical and mindset tips for those living with chronic illness. Her unwavering commitment to the well-being of her patients is a cornerstone of her work. You can connect with Dr. Joyce Akwe on Instagram or TikTok at Dr. Joyce Akwe and Facebook at Dr. Joyce to learn more about her inspiring story and groundbreaking initiatives. Dr. Joyce Akwe is an internal medicine physician with a passion for empowering those living with chronic illness. Born with a chronic condition herself, Dr. Akwe's experience has fueled her unwavering determination to help others thrive despite similar challenges. After graduating from medical school in Italy, Dr. Akwe went on to earn a master's in public health from the University of Manchester in the UK. She then completed her internal medicine residency in the United States, further honing her clinical expertise. Dr. Akwe's diverse background also includes valuable experience working with the World Health Organization and earning a fellowship with the American College of Physicians. Today, Dr. Akwe is a multifaceted leader in the medical field. As a professor of medicine at a top-ranked university, she shares her extensive knowledge with the next generation of healthcare providers. She is also recognized for her exceptional leadership within a hospital setting. Dr. Akwe is a Maxwell certified coach, empowering patients, medical students, and residents to find their voice and path. An inspiring speaker and mentor, Dr. Akwe has published over 60 articles and abstracts contributing to the global body of medical knowledge. She has been featured in the prestigious Marquis Who's Who biographical series and has received numerous national awards in recognition of her leadership, mentorship, patient care, and service. Driven by her personal journey and professional expertise, Dr. Akwe is the founder of Flourishing Health, a platform dedicated to providing daily medical and mindset tips for those living with chronic illness. Her unwavering commitment to the well-being of her patients is a cornerstone of her work. You can connect with Dr. Joyce Akwe on Instagram or TikTok at Dr. Joyce Akwe and Facebook at Dr. Joyce to learn more about her inspiring story and groundbreaking initiatives. Dr. Joyce Akwe is an internal medicine physician with a passion for empowering those living with chronic illness. Born with a chronic condition herself, Dr. Akwe's experience has fueled her unwavering determination to help others thrive despite.
All right, can you guys, are we there?
Yeah, we can see you. We are here finally.
Let me see if you guys, can you guys hear me at all? Can you hear me?
We hear you. We see you very clear.
All right, perfect. So, okay, this is drama, but we're going to make it
You're
work,
welcome.
right? It's so much. It's my pleasure to be here. And this is one of my favorite things to attend. You know, it gives me the opportunity to see my sister, to see my brother-in-law. So yes, how best can I describe this? So given that we have already, we've taken so much time already, I am just going to start my presentation. And so please be patient with me. And I'm going to talk about how your well-being shapes your marriage. Okay. So please, if at any point you can't hear me, do not hesitate to kind of like tell me that you can hear me so that I see what I can do about it. Okay. So, all right, I'm just going to start. So we're going to talk about, again, as I said, how your well-being shapes your marriage. So the objectives of this talk today are the first one is to impact, to kind of like learn the impact of physical and mental health on marriage. And then I want us to really look at a clinical case. A clinical case means let's just look at what happens in real life, what I would do with my patients. So I'll bring you up a kind of a case of a patient so that we can look at it. And then we can kind of apply this. We can see how medical conditions such as diabetes affect our marriages. We can look at somehow you have to deal with this condition. So the complications and how to prevent complications and progression, and then how to sever and save your marriage from the medical conditions. So I will start by just saying that, let's start with a quick question though. What is the most important thing that a person must have to make a marriage work? So you can put it in the chart, and since I can't really see the chart, what do I do? But anyways, I will have it somewhere. If at any point I would like to hear what people put on. There you go. You can hear me. I'm glad. Okay, good. So what is it? So again, what is the most important thing that everyone must have for a marriage to work? I say this often, so my sister is not allowed to answer. Every other person can answer. All right. Do you guys want the answer? I'll tell you the answer towards the end of the presentation. So I'm going to start by giving you the case of Mr. Parkman, Mr. Christopher Parkman. So Mr. Christopher Parkman is a 54-year-old man who has diabetes, and his diabetes was diagnosed when he was just 32 years old. At times, he was mentored on what he needed to eat and was given medications by his doctor. The only thing that happened is that even though he was given the medications and asked to follow up, he never followed up. And every time he feels bad, he would just go back to the pharmacy and get the medication that he had been prescribed before. So he consistently felt weak and tired, and at some point was unable to stay up on top of his business, and so he lost his business. His name is Mr. Parkman because he works in a park, which means he carries things and puts in trucks. And you know how the park will function where I was in Cameroon. I know how it functions. You bring your big luggage and someone puts it in the car for you. And so you need to have a lot of strength to do that. And that is what he was supposed to be doing. But at some point, because of diabetes and the fact that he was feeling weak, which is a complication of diabetes or a symptom of diabetes, he had to stop doing this. So he became very frustrated when he lost his job. He was frustrated with himself. He was angry at life, not understanding exactly what was going on. He would not talk to his wife because he was angry, tired, and felt that he was not pulling his own weight in the family. And that went on for a short period of time. And then shortly after then, he started having arguments and screaming matches with his wife, who was the sole breadwinner in the house and the caretaker of their children, in addition to being a cook and, of course, being a wifey, right? So I want to go to this. Let's talk about the physical health and relationship dynamics. So remember this. Health and relationship are deeply intertwined, especially in marriage. The state of one's physical and emotional well-being has a profound impact on how partners interact, how they connect, and of course, how they support each other. So I'll ask you why. So let's really ask ourselves why health matters in marriage. I'll just give a few examples. Good health enhances emotional resilience. It increases your energy level. It improves intimacy. And these are all things which are crucial for building a fulfilling relationship. On the other part, what does poor health do? Poor health leads to stress, frustration, and relationship breakdowns if it's not properly managed. But the good news is that you can properly manage health. So here's how poor health affects marriages. Poor health increases stress and emotional strain. So chronic illnesses or poor health conditions create ongoing stress for both partners. The individual experiencing health issues may feel overwhelmed by physical discomfort, treatment demands, and lifestyle limitations, while their partner may feel the burden of caregiving. It's not easy to care for someone who is sick. And because they're sick and at times may even be grumpy because of pain or things like that, it makes it really challenging at times to care for a sick partner. Another thing Another thing that poor health can do to a marriage is that it causes frustration due to limited activities. Now, poor health often limits a couple's ability to engage in enjoyable activities or shared experiences, such as physical activities, such as travel, or even just simple daily tasks. These limitations can cause frustration, resentment, and feeling of isolation, especially if one partner feels they have to make continuous sacrifice or carry a heavier emotional and physical load. Poor health leads to communication breakdown. As health issues persist, partners may feel it's harder to communicate openly, either because they don't want to burden each other or because frustration has built up over time. So this lack of communication can lead to misunderstandings, emotional distance, and eventually feelings of disconnection. And that is something you never want in a marriage. Another thing that poor health can do is diminish intimacy. Physical health problems, especially conditions like chronic pain, fatigue, or complications from diseases like diabetes, can affect sexual health and intimacy. And we will talk about this a little bit further down the road in this presentation. A lack of physical closeness or affection may cause further emotional strain and insecurity within a relationship. And there is something we can never ignore. Poor health leads to a lot of financial pressure. Managing poor health often comes with significant medical costs, time off work, reduced income, which can cause a lot of financial stress. Money issues are a leading cause of marital problems, and if left unresolved, financial strain tied to health can contribute to relationship breakdowns. So those are some of the things that poor health can do. If you neglect poor health, if poor health is not properly addressed through communication, mutual support, appropriate medical care, it can erode the emotional foundation of a relationship, causing deep frustration, loss of connection, and ultimately jeopardizing stability of marriage. So now the part that I like, what good health does for you. Good health plays a vital role in enhancing emotional resilience, energy levels, and intimacy. And so how does this happen? So for emotional resilience, when individuals are physically healthy, they are more capable of managing stress, setbacks, and emotional challenges that arise in the relationship. Good health supports a balanced mental state, allowing partners to respond to conflicts or difficulties with patience, understanding, and emotional strength, rather than reacting impulsively or with frustration. The other thing that good health does is actually helps with your energy levels. Physical well-being directly influences how much energy a person has in their daily activities, including time spent with their spouse. Good health leads to a higher energy level, allowing couples to engage in meaningful activities together. For shared hobbies and physical activities to be enjoyable and having a good quality of time, you need to be in good health. And there is one thing which people don't say it loud, people just act it up. It's usually the lack of intimacy. Good physical health is closely tied to sexual and emotional intimacy in a marriage. When partners feel healthy, they are more likely to experience a strong desire of physical closeness and maintain an activity and fulfilling sex life. Beyond physical intimacy, good health also contributes to emotional closeness. When partners feel well, they are more emotionally present, communicative, and affectionate, which again deepens all that emotional connection. So these three things, emotional resilience, energy level, and intimacy, are three very important things that are essential to building and maintaining a fulfilling relationship, especially in marriage. So in essence, maintaining good health is foundational to sustaining energy. And we saw Mr. Parkman, he had no energy. because of the fact that he was not in good health. Emotional resilience was not there because, he's already stressed out because because he feels tired. He doesn't really contribute as much as he needs to contribute. And then intimacy required for a successful and satisfying relationship, again, was not there. A healthy partner is better equipped to offer emotional support, actively participate in shared experiences, and maintain a closeness that makes a marriage thrive. So let's look at this again in another way. Let's look at the impact of good versus bad health on a marriage. So I'll say that I'm trying to hold this thing. I'll say that the first thing I want to talk about, physical well-being boosts mental clarity. So good physical health contributes to mental sharpness and emotional regulation, which are things that are very essential for clear and effective communication. When individuals feel well, they can engage more thoughtfully in conversations, express their needs, and listen actively to their partner without becoming easily frustrated. Health issues may lead to withdrawals. On the other hand, poor physical health, especially when accompanied by chronic pain or fatigue, can lead to withdrawals from conversations. Individuals may become less communicative, either due to low energy or because they are overwhelmed by their health challenges. This can create a communication gap in the relationship, leading to misunderstanding. So let's look at another thing where you can clearly distinguish between good health and bad health. It's in patience. In a good relationship, you need clear communication, you need patience, and you need empathy. So good health fosters patience. When a person feels physically well, they are generally more patient and tolerant. They have the energy and mental bandwidth to handle stressful situations without overreacting or becoming easily irritated. This patience allows for more thoughtful responses and the ability to navigate conflict without escalating tensions towards their partners. Poor health reduces patience. Poor health reduces patience. So if you have like a chronic medical condition, pain or exhaustion can lower a person's tolerance to stress and make them more irritable or short-tempered. Physical discomfort often leaves less room for dealing with everyday challenges, which can make even minor issues feel overwhelming and leading to reactivity or impatient behaviors. Another thing which we can clearly see the difference between good health and bad health another way in which we can really see the effect of good health and bad health on our marriage is in manifestation of empathy. We know that empathy is something which must really exist in any good relationship for the relationship to be genuine and successful. So good health enhances emotional availability. So when someone is in good health, they are generally more emotionally available and better equipped to empathize with their partner's feelings and need. Good physical health supports emotional stability, which allows individuals to put themselves in their partner's shoes and respond with understanding and care. If you cannot really put yourself in someone's shoes, it's challenging to empathize with them. But what does poor health do? Poor health can decrease empathy. A partner dealing with ongoing health problems may find it harder to empathize, as their focus tends to shift towards managing their own discomfort. They may unintentionally become less attuned to their spouse's emotional needs, causing a breakage in emotional support and connection. So we have talked a lot about physical health and support and emotions, but I really want us to think a little bit more about the mental health challenges that affect marriages. The link between mental health and marriage is profound, as conditions like depression, anxiety, or chronic stress can significantly erode emotional closeness and strain a relationship. So let's start with depression and emotional withdrawal. Depression often leads to emotional withdrawal, making it difficult for affected individuals to engage in meaningful relationships, in meaningful conversations, in anything meaningful with their spouse. A partner struggling with depression may become distant, lose interest in shared activities, and have difficulties expressing affections or even communicating with emotions. Emotional disconnection can create a gap in intimacy and closeness, leaving the other partner feeling isolated or rejected. Depression can also lead to low self-esteem and feelings of worthlessness, which may make the affected partner feel like a burden. And there's no way you can have a good relationship if you feel like you're a burden in that relationship. This guilt, which is caused by the fact that they have disease, can lead them to further retreat from their spouse, creating a cycle of emotional distance that erodes the foundation of a relationship. There is no good relationship, no good marriage if there is an emotional distance. Another thing mental health challenges can do in your marriage is leading to anxiety and constant worry. Anxiety can manifest as constant worry, fear, or overthinking, which may lead to frequent miscommunication and tension between partners. And we saw that communication is one of the pivotal things in marriage. So, again, when someone is anxious, they tend to have some of these type of issues, which, we want to avoid, right? The anxious partner may be overly focused on worst case scenarios, causing them to seek reassurance repeatedly or express doubt, which can create frustration and emotional fatigue in a relationship. When someone is appearing very insecure in a relationship, always wanting reassurance, always seeing the worst of things, at times it can be overburdening. And again, anxiety can lead to such situations. Anxiety can affect a couple's ability to make decisions together, as one partner may feel overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. If you have anxiety, you're always overwhelmed, always afraid, and this does not help in moving anything forward in a relationship. This can hinder progress in shared goals, such as financial planning, family decisions, or even day-to-day activities, adding stress to the marriage. High levels of stress and irritability are very common when someone has mental challenges. So, chronic stress affects the nervous system, leading to increased irritability and impatience. When one or both partners are under constant stress, they may be quick to snap or argue over minor issues, damaging the relationship or emotional atmosphere. Again, mental health reduces your capacity for empathy, just as we talked about this earlier, and it also strains coping mechanisms. So, mental health struggles can challenge a couple's coping mechanisms. One partner may feel overwhelmed by their spouse's emotional needs, while the other may struggle to cope with their own condition. This imbalance can strain emotional closeness, leading to a feeling of helplessness and resentment. How do we break the cycle? I'll tell you just two most important things to break the cycle: communication, open communication. You're encouraging open communication, non-judgmental communication about mental health struggles is key to breaking the cycle. There are a lot of people who feel, I'm so strong, I cannot have mental health problems, I cannot feel depressed, or I'm not anxious, I'm a man, I have thick muscles, I cannot be like that. No, that is not true. When couples can express their fears, frustration, and emotions without feeling criticized, they are more likely to find solutions together. And there is something which we don't talk about it enough. People don't even feel comfortable saying that they are depressed. We do have to acknowledge that so that we can seek professional help. Seeking therapy or counseling, together or individually, can also be essential for managing the effects of depression, anxiety, or stress in a marriage. Mental health treatments can help emotional connection and rebuild intimacy. So, in short, mental health challenges like depression, anxiety, and chronic stress can severely undermine emotional closeness in a marriage.
But with the right support and communication, couples can work through difficulties and maintain a strong, fulfilling relationship. So always remember that there are answers, there are solutions out there. You don't have to suffer just by yourself. So now let's go to a practical case. We're talking about all what poor health can do, good health can do. But let's take a practical case. Let's go back to Mr. Park. What was his name? Parkman? Yeah. So Mr. Parkman, we said that he had diabetes, right? And he was feeling weak. He was feeling disgruntled and just really fighting with his wife, feeling like he was not good enough at home. And the wife was feeling stressed because she was doing everything at home. But let's ask ourselves first. I don't want to assume that everybody knows what diabetes is, right? Diabetes is a dysregulation of sugar caused by insulin resistance or lack of insulin. So one of the things which, people keep asking, diabetes, is it caused by sugars? No, it's not caused by sugars. But I'll tell you one thing, one of the most poisonous things to our system, some of the things we willingly put into our body, which is most poisonous, is sugars. And sugar is very poisonous when it gets into the blood vessels. So what happens is this: when you eat food, some food to get changed into sugars, and when they're in your bloodstream, they have to get into the cells really quick in order not to poison the blood vessels, but most importantly to be used for energy. For them to be used for energy, they need to get into the cell. For sugars to get into the cell, they need a key, and that key is called insulin. You've all heard of insulin. So when you have diabetes, there are two major types of diabetes, and we also have gestational diabetes. But let's talk about the two main ones. You have type 1 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes is when you do not produce enough insulin. So you don't have enough key to open the doors to the cells to let the sugars in. So the sugar is there in the blood vessels going up and down, but cannot get into the cell to be used as energy. And so in those situations, when you don't have energy, what happens? You feel weak, you feel tired, you feel anxious, and you don't really understand that it's because of the low sugars that you have. And at times, it gets to extremes, but I'm not going to go to the extremes right now, such as you've heard of hypoglycemias, where people pass out completely, and definitely a lot of people die from those consequences. So type 1 diabetes is when you don't have enough insulin. Type 2 diabetes is when you have the insulin, but it's unable to open the doors. And most of the times, it may be, not all the times, and most of the times it's due to the fact that you have a lot of fat tissue around your cells, that this insulin is unable to get to the keyhole, which is on the cells, and open that door. So if the insulin cannot open the door for the sugars to get in, they remain inside your blood vessels, and they are very damaging to your blood vessels. And why am I giving you these details? We will see in the complications of diabetes what actually happens. And then we have another type of diabetes called gestational diabetes, but that is the diabetes of pregnancy. Some people, when they are pregnant, they have diabetes, and after the pregnancy, the diabetes may go away or it could continue. So diabetes is a chronic illness that requires ongoing management, and its complications can directly impact marital life. So what are some of the complications of diabetes? So we talked about Mr. Parkman, right? He was getting tired, he was getting exhausted, and all of that. But if these conditions are not treated enough, if his blood sugars are not controlled in a timely manner, they can lead to other things. And some of this damage which diabetes causes takes time. So you may not even know that the damage is already ongoing. And the main damage is cardiovascular disease. It damages your heart. It causes problems with your blood vessels. So let me go back to that. Diabetes being toxic to your blood vessels. You know what sugars do to your blood vessels? It actually causes damage in such a way that, it makes your blood vessels very, very easy to form like blood clots. It makes it very easy for cholesterol to deposit there and block those vessels. So when your blood vessel is intact, everything that is in your blood just flows through. But diabetes damages those vessels in such a way that they are not intact. The least thing that is in your blood can stick to those vessels and block them. And so that's why people who have diabetes, they commonly have heart problems. They have things like strokes. They have things like heart attacks. They have a lot of kidney problems. They have problems with their eyes. Any area where you have a lot of blood vessels, diabetes will damage them greatly. So cardiovascular disease is one of them. So diabetes significantly increases the risk of heart diseases, which can affect couples' abilities to stay active together. How can we prevent this from happening? You have to have your regular blood pressures checked. You have to make sure that your blood pressure is well controlled. You have to make sure that your cholesterol levels are good and monitored. You remember I told you that cholesterol will stick on your blood vessels and cause your blood vessels to kind of clog. It's a little bit more complex than that, but that is the bottom line. And then maintaining a heart-healthy diet, a diet that is low in saturated fats, in processed foods. In saturated fats are like some of the fried stuff that we eat. Excessive fried stuff is a problem. And engaging in regular physical activities. Physical activities play a pivotal part in controlling your diabetes and preventing the complications of diabetes. And again, how frequently should you be monitoring yourself? You check your blood sugars your blood pressure monthly and cholesterol every year. And then obviously make sure that you're monitoring your blood sugars frequently. And again, the frequency depends on a few things, and your medical team can tell you. And also ensuring that those sugars are staying in the right levels. Another common complication of diabetes is kidney disease. Most people who have kidney failure, people who are on dialysis, if you've seen people who are taking dialysis, is just a machine replacing your kidney function. It does not heal your kidneys. It's a machine in place of your kidney because your kidney is not doing what it needs to do. So the main reason why people have kidney failure is diabetes and high blood pressure. Diabetes damages the kidneys, leading to complications such as dialysis, which I just mentioned, and to kidney failure. And how can you prevent this? You ensure your blood sugar levels are controlled through medications, diet, staying active, hydration, and limiting your salt content. And how frequently should we monitor our kidney function? You should monitor your kidney function every year if you have diabetes. So you should have your blood work done, and this blood work should contain cholesterol, it should contain your kidney function. Another area where diabetes causes a lot of damage, and this is one of the ones that impact marriages the most, is it causes nerve damage. It causes damages to your nerves. Nerves, the blood vessels in the nerves are small blood vessels, and when these get damaged, your nerves are damaged. Nerve damage can cause pain, numbness, or mobility issues, and poor wound healing, often leading to amputations, limited physical activities. And not only, one of the most important things which nerve damage causes is erectile dysfunction. And so it causes erectile dysfunction and, again, lack of libido in women. In men, it's erectile dysfunction. And so most couples may not say it, but they have those problems and they need to kind of seek medical attention. And the way to prevent some of these complications include, again, just ensuring that your blood sugars stay under control by monitoring them, taking your medications as needed, and avoiding smoking. I'm sure you're like, where is smoking coming into this picture? One of the greatest things that damages small blood vessels is smoking. So you have diabetes already causing a mess there. You smoke, you're just kind of escalating it exponentially. And again, also engage in regular food care. When your blood vessels are damaged, when your nerves are damaged, you can easily get a wound that is not going to be. You're not even going to know that you have the wound, and this wound can get infected and infects your entire body. So, how frequently should you monitor your feet? Feet should be checked daily for signs of injury or infections. Nerve tests can be done yearly. When you go to your doctor, If you go to your doctor with diabetes, they should be checking to see if your nerves are functioning right and not functioning right. And that is something that is easily done by physical examination. Once the doctor is examining you, there are certain things that they can do to tell you that your nerves seem to be good or not good. If you have diabetes, pay close attention to wounds that you have. They're very challenging to heal. They can get infected, especially in the extremities, in your feet and in your fingers. So pay close attention to those. Another thing is loss of vision. High blood sugars can damage blood vessels in the eyes, leading to vision loss, which can limit independence and increase marital stress. How can you prevent this? You do regular eye exams, controlling blood pressure and your blood sugars. So eye exams, again, should be done yearly. So once you have diabetes, there are certain things that you need to do them yearly. And how does diabetes, again, impact marriage by itself? It causes an emotional toll. Again, with stress, managing this condition is not easy. It's a very stressful condition. Partners may experience a fear of anxiety about their health. And again, this also can lead to problems with their spouses or even resentment due to lifestyle restrictions that their partners also have to have. Another common thing is financial stress. If someone has diabetes, look at Mr. Parkman. He was feeling tired. He couldn't do the work that he used to do. And so he was fired from his job. He had to just stay home. He couldn't maintain his family. Again, even just taking care of diabetes is expensive. So all of this, taking care of yourself and not being able to work as needed, just leads to a lot of stress, financial stress. And these are things that we cannot neglect. No one will meet you in the streets and be telling you, hey, you know what? I'm financially stressed. Or people will just see you not being able to work and do what you want to do or what you need to do. And they say, oh, Mr. Parkman is a lazy guy. He left his job from the park and is just sitting at home, wanting his wife to do everything. But the spouse is usually the one who knows exactly what is going on. And we talked again about the sexual complications. The sexual health is a very, very important part in marriage. Diabetes can lead to complications such as erectile dysfunction in men, just as we mentioned earlier, and decreased libido in both partners, not only in the women, but also in men. And this is usually due to hormonal changes or blood sugar imbalances, which can strain a relationship. And then another thing is the fatigue and mood swings. We saw that explicitly in Mr. Parkman. He was always tired. He was having mood swings. And despite the fact that he was not working, he couldn't even be helpful at home. So the wife would come home and have to prepare food and take care of the children and do certain things which Mr. Parkman could not do. And by the way, Mr. Parkman is not his real name. So if you know Mr. Parkman, don't be looking at him with a side eye like, what's going on, right? No, it's not his real name. Anyways, so fatigue can lead to just you not fulfilling your own part. You're not holding your own part of the bargain. So fluctuating blood sugar levels can cause a lot of fatigue and irritability and mood swings, which can disrupt daily life and communication between spouses. Again, what can couples do to support each other? We've talked about all the problems, but what can you do as a couple? The first thing is just mainly communicate. You want to make sure that you openly discuss your feelings, your frustrations, your fears about diabetes management without blaming each other. Encourage each other to adhere to their treatment plans and make healthy routines together, cooking together, making meals together, exercising together, eating together, and ensuring that you're all holding each other accountable on what you're eating. You can have shared goals, set goals as a couple, such as reducing processed sugars in your diet. You shouldn't have a rule in your house. Please don't bring soda or sweet drinks at home. And when the other spouse is coming from work, they buy a whole crate of sweet drinks and bring home. You guys come to some certain agreements and help each other so that you can maintain those agreements. Take evening walks, form healthy habits together, schedule medical appointments together to maintain accountability. You know what he's supposed to do. You go for his medical appointment or she comes to your medical appointment. And you know exactly what is required, so that if the other person is drifting, which means just slowly getting out of where they need to be, out of what they need to be doing, the other partner can hold them accountable because they know exactly what needs to be done. And then we also encourage couples to join diabetes support groups or therapy sessions to help navigate the emotional challenges of chronic illness. Support systems are a very important thing in helping you deal with medical conditions. You'll be surprised that you join some of these support groups and a lot of people are going through the same thing you're going through, and you can learn from each other. You can learn how some already went through those situations and are much better now. So let me see, what time is it? How much time do I still have? Okay, I will just probably go ahead to wrap up now. Can you guys hear me? Or nay? All right, I can't hear anything. I hope I'm not talking to myself. I would say that in conclusion, your physical and mental health are pivotal to a happy and successful marriage. Diabetes is a major threat to marriage life. Learning about medical conditions you're dealing with is fundamental. You want to learn how you can avoid or prevent complications, how you can prevent progression of the disease. So you make an effort to learn about yourself, about what you're taking, what medications you're on, why you're on those medications, so that if there are any complications resulting from those medications, you can know about them because you've learned about them. Learn to ask questions to your doctors. In fact, one of the things I'm going to do on my social media for the next 1 week is getting you questions for your doctors, the questions you need to ask to learn about your disease. So I'll put in the different medical conditions and tell you about the questions you should ask. So don't forget to check that out. So working as a couple, working together as a couple can reduce progression and complications of many health conditions, especially diabetes. I want you to remember this. Nurturing health is nurturing your marriage. Nurturing health is nurturing your family. Nurturing health is nurturing love. And I will end here. So any questions for me? I'm so sorry. These technical difficulties, we're just improvising at this time, but please bear with me. So please put your questions in the chat if you have any questions. All right.
Wow. Wow, well done. Thank you so much, Dr. Akwi. I think sometimes we underestimate how much health affects our marriage life. And thank you. I think one of the best ways we can honor the covenant of marriage is taking care of our health and that of our spouse. Wow, brilliant. Sure. There's been so much. Every time I listen to you, I'm thinking, my goodness, I haven't even started with this medical care of my body. So I don't know if there are any questions, comments. If you've been watching, please comment. I saw a comment there that nurturing your health is indeed nurturing your marriage. Yes, thank you, Dr. Joyce. Oh, wow. Dr. Joyce, you're absolutely amazing. This is truly your purpose. This is like when purpose meets purpose, destiny. Yes, depression leads to low self-esteem and low self-worth. Absolutely. This has been a wonderful time. There's been so many nuggets shared. In fact, the notes, I'm telling you, I can now do my own barometer for checking if I'm diabetic or pre-diabetic just from listening from you. Thank you so much, my dear. Thank you. Ma Delphine.
Thank you, Teresa. Our doctor, professor, thank you so much for always debunking us medical knowledge. In fact, we're all going to medical school through you. Thank you.
Oh, what a pleasure.
Bringing us that knowledge and just blessing us with it. I believe that with all of this, we know exactly what we should be doing to keep healthy and exactly why we should be healthy, because our health is connected to our marriage. Like you said, You said what affects you is your business. That's what you said last time.
Oh
And
yeah.
I still do that. What anything that affects you is your business.
Yeah.
You know, if your health affects your marriage, it's your business. So I took that with me last year, and I'm still working on it. Remember, I said it's about the actions you're going to take. It's not just the fact that you heard something, you got the knowledge. When you get it and you take the notes, take action. Take action. So actually, you taking care of your health is honoring your marriage. You need to take good care of your health so that you can honor your marriage, because that is one of the ways you really can honor your marriage. Take care of you, take care of your health, and then your immediate loved ones. First of all, your health situation affects your loved ones, so it is key that you maintain it and watch out. Check the things early, because early diagnosis is also another good thing, like Dr. Joyce, says all the time. Check yourself often and make sure that you are in good health, good shape, because it's going to impact your marriage. So Zoaki, what's your main nugget from this talk? She is, now this is professor. When professor starts talking, you gotta prepare
Ah,
your
there,
pen,
there were
gotta
so
be on
many
fire.
nuggets. You
Your
know,
pen is gonna be on
all
fire.
the list of things that how health affects your marriage was just, for me, was just mind blowing. You know, it affects the quality of life, affects you emotionally. If you're emotionally affected, you cannot be available. I mean, like, it affects you sexually. Every area of your health and well-being affects your marriage. You
Yes,
know,
of
for
course.
me, that was just incredible. Every area. And the fact that we neglect depression in our society. Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
We neglect that because it's not too obvious. Like you can be moving around and you're still looking strong, but it's dealing
That's
with
right.
you internally. So these are key things to watch out for.
That's
And what
right.
I just want to quickly say, everything we need to know around the area of marriage cannot be known in a 2 days conference. That is why we have a school
Absolutely.
of marriage counseling, and we are taking in new students for the October session, October 18th, and that should be ending November. From October to November, we have a 6 weeks course going on. It's beginning on the 18th. Come and register in the School of Marriage Counseling, where you'll be able to enhance your knowledge of about marriage and about marriage counseling. When you yourself you become a counselor, you're an expert in your own marriage by yourself. By the way, you already have a lab. You are your own lab. You work in your lab. You can help. You help yourself while helping others. So we have a
Absolutely.
lot that we offer in this school of marriage counseling, the Blossom Life Academy. It's really it's a rich curriculum, and I think there is a link on the chat. Annie, did you drop a link there so that let people register, send your number, people who are interested in going further deeper in the knowledge about relationships and marriage, let them register and be a part of this school. Enhance you, because we have personal development courses there that are going to help you just develop you, learn how to lead you, and then lead yourself in your marriage, and then help others as well. We heard Coach Michael talking about purpose and marriage and the importance of your purpose, your why. Everything has a why. Why are you doing the things you are doing? When you join a school like this one, the why about it is that it's going to help you. It will help you as an individual live a give an example. You become an example yourself, so others will be able to draw from you, from the wealth of your own knowledge, and you will be blessed as well. So, and then bless others. That is the purpose of you coming to school. Learn for you and then for others, because everything God has given you, you must multiply. He says, go ye into the world, multiply. So you must increase in knowledge, increase in everything that you're supposed to grow in, and help the rest of the people, help your world, right? So don't hesitate. It's very affordable. Join the school, register, follow the link, follow there are numbers, phone numbers on the chat. Follow them, copy them, and reach out to us for registration so that you can be a part of the Institute of Marriage Counseling and Coaching. Yeah, so I think that will be it for now. Over to you, Coach Caroline. I want to say thank you again before I leave. Thank you, Dr. Esa, for always being there. You are my own. In fact, you are a permanent part of this. You and Zoaki, you know what I mean? You and Zoaki in this matter. You and Zoaki, you own this relationship summit. It will be nothing without you both. You see, the aspect you bring is very key. And what you, Zoaki, you are doing, I don't know, you are just amazing. You are a phenomenal woman, a multi-dimensional woman. You're a powerhouse. Thank you so much for all that you're doing, for just fitting in and to playing your role like a square hole in a square peg in a square hole. You are that kind of person. Thank you for doing this. And I want to say, may God bless you. To all the viewers, God bless you. Don't forget to apply. Don't forget, application is what will help you. Maximize whatever you have gained from this summit. So thank you all so much. And see you for the Relationship Summit 2025 by the grace of God. See you all. And the recording is here. You can always connect your people here. Let them come and watch it over and over and learn. I'm telling you, it's a whole mastermind here. It's a whole mastermind. Bible says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. Most of the things we suffer from are as a result of a lack of knowledge in those areas. So you have this here. You're welcome to come and view, watch, keep sharing it to others. Let them come watch on Facebook and on YouTube. I pray that all that you have received in this season, the Lord will establish it in your life, and your marriages will be well, your marriages will be fine, and everything will go well with you. It begins with you. Your marriage will be well. And for those of you who are still trusting God for a marriage, I pray that God will release the right partner into your lives in the mighty name of Jesus. Those of you in a marriage, I pray that the Lord will make it a sweet one. He will make it interesting for you in the mighty name of Jesus. God bless you, and see you next year.
The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African time daily. Host Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024. The Relationship Summit 2024, honoring the marriage covenant. Guest speakers: Paul Nyamuda, Nkechi Harigunadi, Rogers Fogwe, Joyce Akwe, Michael Anthony, Zwakin Bijifo Caroline. Live streaming on YouTube from the 13th to the 14th of September 2024, 4 p.m. West African time daily. Host Delphine Fogwe. You can visit our website at delphinefogwe.com. The Relationship Summit 2024.